the zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Daisy's lurking tail in the frame, chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite, filth in the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack. Now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's go!
Good morning. How you doing? Hey, Lucy. How you doing? What you're doing? Where you at? Where are you hailing from? This morning. Well, my morning. Yes. I hope we're all feeling good. We're gonna get into session 3 today. It's a bit early. I have not been sleeping well. But we got to do it. We got to get it done. Get her done. And hey, we'll have, you know where I am. You're on the water. You're at the beach. You're with the doggerinos, or you're in bed. I don't know. Yeah. Well, the point is, I'm very happy that you're here. Okay, that's what I need you to be. So stay as long as you can. I'm hoping so. Let's check. I need to do something with this audio because I'm a little bit. I noticed with our previous background music that I'm actually a little bit softer than it. So I'm gonna try and bring it there. Don't know if that changes anything, but yeah, 2%. It might be. I don't know. Oh, you know what I can do? Sorry, no. Keep that at 3. And then bring this girly up. It's supposed to make sure that I don't peek. But whatever. I think it's the way that things gel. Anyway. Yeah, so we are still going on our feminist journey. Well, our anti-feminist journey, thanks to Candace Owens today. Let me get the video out. Just a reminder that tomorrow... What? I like how your earbuds point to your cleavage. Subtle. Hey, it's not on purpose, but I guess, yeah, it does. Cleavage. That's pretty funny. Nice music. Yeah, it's courtesy of Creamage. When Creamage gets here, please do thank him for it. Not good to see you, Grounding Arachnid. We're finding out that we live in a matriarchy rather than a patriarchy. Like I said in my previous episodes, boys, I'm not the biggest fan of this whole theory of patriarchy, but at the same time, I'm not going to be going, oh, we're in a matriarchy. A more pertinent word would be or not pertinent, a better word, okay, would be gynocentric. If we were in the West, at least, it's all about the ladies, and not just because of boobs. So that is the argument that Candace Owens is giving us. Like, go off, queen. I suppose it's just a silly way. There's Creamage. There's our musician, Creamage. Okay. Let's go to get my video. Get the acclaim. Guys, please remind me to breathe today. The heat is getting in. Okay. Stream downloads. Yeah, I started late and I'm not even on my claims. We're on claim 3. Okay. Oh yes, he did, but draw a lovely picture of me. Let's actually show that just to start off, guys. That's what I was supposed to do today. It's a great thank you for asking BMO to do it. So for those of you who don't know already, BMO, when he streams, when he dies, if he's bad at the game enough, he'll doodle every death a doodle. He'll doodle for you. Let's open this, and I will show you. This is my favorite one yet. Let's go there. Brr, pa. So Creamage asked for it, and there is a kitty cat. It's Daisy, I think, or yeah, it must be Daisy because Axel's more grey. Most of him is grey. That's Do. I think that's Daisy Do. And that's brr pa. I feel like we need to try and make that an emoji, but I don't know how good it'll look in chat. It will lose its awesomeness. But I like how he captured my eyebrows. I think that is the way you show it's me. So and I do just love the fact that he put the cat there as well. But it's a brr pa pa pa. So really enjoy that. He's not good at gaming, but he has enthusiasm. Then that means that you should be able to watch me play games. I'm terrible at games. Maybe that's the difference. But yeah, speaking of which, on Friday, so tomorrow, later on after the thing, we do a Slop Friday or whatever, and I've got a collection of things I want to show you, Slop videos and things like that we can react to, and then we'll play a little bit of video games. So that's what we do on Fridays here on the channel. I tried to get him to make Daisy burping too, but he was out of time, I suppose. Daisy going, Didi. Daisy's all for peace. She doesn't burpa. Well, little late. You? I mean, yes, I was rather late. I haven't started properly. But we've got our background music on. Are you ready to sleep, Nick? Nicholas? Okay, we are going to do this and this. No, not that claim. Wrong debate. Jesus. Remove from studio. Claim 3, claim 2. Candace owns claim 3. Okay, there we go. I had to listen to Skyrim lore instead. Okay, listening to Skyrim lore, is it just like people explaining it, videos or something like that? Or is it, because what I've got on Spotify is all of the Skyrim books read out. There's a whole playlist of them. So that would count as Skyrim lore. Man, I just want to play Skyrim now. Okay.
That we live under a matriarchy, not a patriarchy.
Blech. Okay, so let's get our diagram out. And there we go. See where we're at with our X-Mind. You go over here, ladies. You go over here. Guys, it just so you know, it helps to speak to the windows when you are working on a computer. Deep dives, conspiracy theories, and conspiracy. That's cool. Yesterday, guys. Speaking of, no, you know what? That's for tomorrow. That's for React content. Okay, so Princella, the Queen Maker. Are we not done with her? Good lord. Okay, let's continue with her. You know what? Maybe we keep this up because I can't believe it. The aircon is on, and I'm like. I'm overheating, but my coffee is cold. Everything's fine. Point is, I'm making excuses. I don't want to start yet. Okay, where we're at. Okay, women voting. Oh wait, we're not dealing with with educated people.
I don't believe in victimhood. I believe in lack of education and lack of knowledge, because one of the things that you also
Do
say...
you think that it could just be that more men are running for positions of office?
No, not necessarily.
Just say it with a
Because
smile.
remember, the United States, the average reading comprehension of people in the United States is 6th grade. So we're not dealing with educated people.
Guys, if you haven't seen my short from that where I clipped this, go and see it. We're not dealing with educated people.
Lack of knowledge, because one of the things that you also
Do
say...
you think that it could just be that?
And if we educate the women better, because a nation can rise no higher than its woman, and if she reading and comprehending at a 6th grade level and popping
Preach.
out a lot of kids, you know, because the brokest people in the world pop out the most kids. So if we have those people voting, of course they're going to vote against their interests, because they're voting for some utopian society that will never exist.
Okay, so that's why you think Kamala lost.
This ain't even about Kamala.
Because you're talking about women.
Okay, well, we're applying your reasoning, right? You were applying your reasoning, ma'am. So don't laugh as if it's unreasonable to say this is why you. So that would be why you think Kamala lost, right? That's how it works. I don't think it's that funny, but I try and laugh it off. I guess that's a tactic. People uneducated, literary status, okay? And then we're just going to have, so she goes summary and she goes, okay, well, so that's why Kamala lost. Okay.
But we had an opportunity.
Yeah, go ahead.
We had a male running and we had a female running. And we actually showed that Trump increased the amount of women who voted for him.
Fact check, President Trump increased the share of women who voted for him from 41% in 2016 to 45% in 2024. That's a whole 4%, boys.
Right. So I'm asking you, do you believe that the reason that happened was because women became less educated during that time?
They've
Yeah, okay, so the comparison is, if we go, so it's the first time they voted for Trump, okay? Voted for Trump equals, oh, sorry, that was the fact check. I don't want to put the fact check. What she is saying is more women voted for Trump in last election. According to your theory, women became less educated between his presidential runs, his terms.
always been less educated. Did you know that UNESCO says that
Oh, mamma mia.
that 2/3 of the 7.7 million illiterate adults is women? Illiterate. And we have 6th grade educated people voting. And guess who? Guess the dominant population is white women. And so guess what? Now you have to add a race element into that. Which
Okay, she goes, women are always less educated, have always been. She's completely going over the fact that, look, your theory, you're using this one factor of education and saying that's why people don't vote for their for women, and you're ignoring the fact that the percentage of women changed. The percentage of women changed between one term to the other, and instead you're going, oh well, you know, white women, because let's bring up race as well, because that will also help us get into a different neck of the woods, and that'll be fine. Women have always been less educated. Cites UNESCO. Okay, and then it's like, oh, they're illiterate people are voting. Okay, and also, oh, by the way, white women are the ones voting for Trump. So there's a racial element. So wouldn't you expect, sorry ma'am, you're telling me that white women are the ones that are voting for Trump. That they're the problem, right? Wouldn't the white woman, according to race theory, wouldn't the white woman be more educated because of the system? They would be more educated, more privileged. Therefore, they would be more educated. They should vote for the woman. But then I guess what your answer would be is they would vote for the woman if the woman was white. So the women are educated enough to vote for a woman instead of a man, but they're not educated enough to vote for a non-white woman as opposed to a man. So that's how the world works for her. Cool.
You already know exists, because we as black folks, we ain't the dominant people voting people in. Okay, so now
Ooh, just had the best damn tacos tonight and a bottle of pomade wine. A whole bottle? Oh, how much is that? How big is that bottle? Good job pointing out that contradiction. Thanks.
when we have to go into white supremacy and feminism, now you have to look at the mind of the people who actually have economic success and what they're voting for, because
Okay. Oh, and it's okay. So it's racial elements, also people who have economic success. Their votes differently as well. So it's class, it's race, it's all of the things you would expect a lefty left to be bringing up.
classism
With two people, okay, that works. One bottle with two people works.
actually matters as well. So I'm sorry, but a lot of people vote based on their feelings and not based on policy.
Pause, guys.
I'm sorry. Look, she looks so normal when she smiles like that. Look at her, and then you'd be like, oh, okay, she's fine. And then she opens her mouth and starts preaching at you. Sup, baguettes? What's up, DLDO? Okay, so if people have class elements. And then what's up? Okay, there we go.
Yes.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
You've been voted out, Miss Preacher Woman.
Please return to-
You know I did. Sorry. You know I did. What's up? Okay, so is this a raid? Low spec Linux gaming? Yeah, this might be a Zax raid, it looks like. Yes, it must be. Because I see my numbers there. Guys, we're here to figure out why people voted for well, this woman was telling us that basically women, they vote against their best interests because they're uneducated. So one of the things that you could say is bitches are dumb. I don't have that clip here right now for you guys, but I will play this for you to welcome the raiders. Here you go. Shut up, bitch! There you go. That's my clip for you guys. Democracy at work, sister. Yeah. Sorry, you're still gay, Rex. Sorry about that. Hey, Zeravox. Hi, guys. Hi, everybody. Hey, Zaxy. Guys, just remember that Zax will be on this here channel tomorrow around this time. We're going to be talking about hate speech at Glastonbury mostly, but hate speech itself as a thing tomorrow. So, guys, that has been Princella the Queenmaker. She has told us that definitionally we live in maybe you guys need to hear her voice so you understand what I'm trying to say.
People vote based on their feelings and not based on policy.
Pause, guys.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't base on policy. So anyway, that's that. They don't vote that way. Now let us go and it's gay and lame. Okay, so hate speech, exciting. No, it's going to be good. I do love her voice. It is very nice. It is a good voice. Hey, ABF. Good to see ya. Hope you guys enjoyed your America stream. It was in many military movies, which my husband will love. So thank you for all of your recommendations. The first one I'm gonna force us to watch is The Outpost. So that's the one I want to watch. Okay, let's see. Let's get back to our feminist thing. Apparently, guys, we live in a matriarchy. Do we live in a matriarchy or a patriarchy? Everybody in chat, please tell me. Apparently, we live in a matriarchy. Look, we really care about the delicate women's, but I'm not so sure about the whole matriarchy thing. But you know, we have to act that way. Bunch of middle-class honky consumers pretend to be revolutionaries. Yes, that's what they do at Glastonbury. Hi, Nick. Hi, Nick. Hi, Nick. Guns out. Promise. We live in a matriarchy. That's true. That is true. Starred that. Zero fucks. But hey, let's see what other arguments we have. So that has been Princella, the Queen Maker.
Thank you for the respectful conversation.
Amen. Xena, she's not jumping up in there, but okay.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Guys, we got another white knight here. We got another man saving the women's. Tell us, please tell us. Gynocracy here.
Yeah.
Great to meet you. I'm doing
Very
well.
nice to meet you.
So I view this argument as
Evan, thank you, Evan. Evan is here to tell us how we're not in a matriarchy and we need more feminism to save the women's. I think that's what we're gonna hear. Everything is tainted with the female vibes, yeah.
a matter of fact, right? This is a descriptive claim about the culture, reality we live in, and patriarchy being.
How are you?
Great to meet you. I'm doing
Very
well.
nice to meet you.
So
Damn, he cute though.
I view this argument as a matter of fact, right? This is a descriptive claim about the culture, reality we live in, and patriarchy being a system in which men hold the predominance of power in both political, economic, and social methods of organization. So S&P 500 companies, 90% of CEOs are men.
Okay, so here we go. So he's going again with, we're having the same conversation as we had with Princella, just without the preachiness. We've got the a patriarchy equals male dominated, male's own positions of power. Okay, and then we've just got economically. S&P 500 companies mostly run by males. Okay, so cool. Yeah, because the men have the power there, but we're not talking about culturally in those companies. The men are carrying on about diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're not thinking about that, are we? But we're just like, no, we're looking at demographics. So patriarchy is just about demographics.
Board members, 70% of CEOs are men. 70% of congressional members are men.
Okay, congressional members. 70% of Congress. We've got all different kinds of things going. Kitty scuff? Why you scuff? Why are you scuffing me? I thought I had it all. Congress. Is male. You're everywhere. All these dangly bitted people are here. Hello, good morning. Hi, Matthew.
Now, you may provide some sort of naturalistic argument to why that is, but what you're essentially arguing then is that there's a natural patriarchy, which I think feminists would all disagree with.
You're arguing there's a natural patriarchy. Okay, so he's decided she's arguing this. You're arguing... Look, I think, yeah, she is arguing that it's natural for men to be in positions of leadership. That might be it, yeah. You're arguing that patriarchy is natural. It is! That is why it's there. The men didn't go together and be like, we must take over the women's. We evolved this way. Yes, it is natural. That is, yes? Okay. You're arguing that patriarchy is natural. Okay, cool. If it isn't, please, dear God, one of the things I got in trouble for in psychology, in psychology class in varsity was show me the matriarchies. Show them to me. Study them. Give me the studies about the matriarchy, the matriarchal societies. Why are there not that many in the world? Please tell me why predominantly we have patriarchies. But he's not. Okay, so is Bro gonna argue? Is Bro gonna argue that it's not natural? That's a wild proposition to me. Okay.
70% of congressional members are men. Now, you may provide some sort of naturalistic argument to why that is, but what you're essentially arguing then is that there's a natural patriarchy, which I think feminists would all disagree with.
Okay, yeah, you're going to say it feminists would disagree with. So, I think he might just be saying that it's on purpose. We functionally put men in there. We consciously put men in there. We consciously put men into positions of power, not just naturally. Okay. Feminists would disagree. Feminists disagree. Okay, so tell me why it's not natural. The person with mammary glands is taking care of home and feeding the kids. Natural. I think men are supposed to have mammary glands. They have nipples or whatever. So they can become a chest feeding person. Remember that.
I think that there's a clear social pressure as to why this is, and part of the evidence for.
Okay, so feminists disagree because it's a social pressure. Okay, but guys, how are we not understanding that social pressure evolved from biological pressure? Where do you think society came from? Did you think people sat together in a room and decided this is how we're going to run shit, and these are the rules? Yes, exactly. So if it's not natural and it's a social pressure, what is the difference? It means basically he's saying you can change the social pressure. If you change society, then you'll change the natural order. It's fine. You can retroactively, you can move it. You can socially engineer biology, essentially.
That is, since feminism's arise within our public culture.
It's the social pressure. Yeah, that's the same thing as when people say it's a social construct, and they kind of think that making something being a social construct makes it less of a construct. Thank you, ABF, for the subscription. I appreciate that. So that they're like, here is a social construct. Oh no, if it's a social construct, somehow that means it's wrong. It means it's less substantial, and it means we have the power to change it because it's arbitrary. That's another thing that they think about a social construct, is that it's just arbitrary. There's no reason for it to have evolved that way. It's so we can change it from the top down. That'll be fine. But the thing is, these things evolve from the bottom up. But yeah, so anyway, making sales, productivity, ownership, hunting, dominating, these things seem masculine whether a woman or man does it. Yeah, but I'm not prescriptive about gender roles, but if you do it, if you are capable, you will fit into it. But there is a difference between just being capable and going and fitting into it, and then forcing women to be a certain way. That's no.
We've now seen an explosion of women entering these fields, but we have a long way to go. But fundamentally,
we have a long way to go. So you know what? Again, we do, because how many? Again, I know it's probably an old example, but it's a goodie. I think we need more women in sewage. So we have a long way to go. I think we need to get more women down in the sewers. Okay, you clean your shit up, get in the sewers. Don't do all the dirty jobs. Do them. Don't let men dominate these fields. Fucking, you know what? More women on oil rigs.
The claim regarding patriarchy or matriarchy, we are so much closer to where we were just a few decades ago or a couple generations ago where women couldn't hold a credit card than a system where men can't hold a credit card. We're still much closer to that.
Yeah, accelerate. You know what? Sometimes accelerate the downfall. Sometimes I'm just like, you know what? Fine, just give them everything they want and let's see how it goes. Just do it. Just do it. Let them go there. Just, you know, like there is that thing now. I don't know too much about it, but there was that video where the woman is doing. I think the Democrats are doing this day off work or whatever, where everybody's supposed to not work to protest or some shit like that, right? It's a strike. I understand what a strike is. I lived in South Africa most of my life, my entire life. Okay, I've had a couple years out of there, so I'm like, you know what? Maybe just have a day where men don't do shit. Men, it's like the MGTOW of a day, the MGTOW day, that men just do nothing. They stay away from the woman. They do fuck all day. And women run stuff. Let's see how it goes. Please. You let them have it. Fucking yes. And then guess what? They'll come in, they'll clean up the shit that the woman did. And the woman will be like, it was your fault anyway. That's how that's my prediction for that. Let's do it, yeah. I think we should start a petition. You know, start a movement. Literally the whole world would fall apart. No, it would be peaceful. Didn't you know that if all world leaders were women, everything would be fine because women are divine and beautiful and we can do no wrong. Sorry you haven't gotten the memo, but I'm glad I'm the one that got to tell you. So, feminist degree, it's a social pressure basically. I'm gonna just put summarize what he's saying here as we still have a long way to go. We're closer. A long way to go. Cool. This is the argument that I expected, and you know what? Somehow I'm still disappointed. Okay. Patriarchy is natural. Jeez. What's up, Congo?
Form of society.
Why would you say that we're closer to that? What do you mean by that? Did you just qualify that?
Because
okay, I don't understand how you don't understand, but maybe you're just using up some time. She's saying, because what he said is we're closer if we're on the spectrum of female freedom. We've got the 1950s where women couldn't have credit cards, and then we've got 2025 where we're at. He thinks that we're further away from Thank you for the subscription, Low Spec Linux Gaming. Okay, so he thinks that we're closer to the 1950s than we are to the utopia. We've got further to go, so we're wasting time here. We would all be at war with each other for a week out of each month. All the leaders. No, we won't sync up like that. It wouldn't work.
In terms of economic power, so for example, household wealth, women own 55 cents to every dollar a man owns.
Okay, so we're going to do the wage gap now. I'm not even... Okay, woman... let's see the fact check. One survey found the gender wealth gap is 55 cents for every dollar. Women have 55 cents for every dollar men have. Okay? Damn! Hire all them women, please. Again, male workforce, too expensive, yeet them. Another found it to be just 32 cents for every dollar. The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis found the gap to be even larger for Hispanic and Black individuals, of course. Every time the moon comes in. It's the moon tide. You know what? That's actually quite a cool story. Lovett needs to write that story for us. That like where there is a matriarchal world, and every time there is a hormonal storm, everybody has to just basically just go and run. Run away. Keep quiet. Get out of the way.
Who controls household spending, though?
Who controls household spending?
Talk about how the money's made in America. How is it being spent? Who spends it?
So it's primarily spent by women, as you've noted, but then the money where the profits.
Why did I know you'd be all over this one? Because it's one of my issues. It's one of the things that makes me a little bit based. I've got a little bit of basedness in me, Joseph. The rest is pretty vanilla.
Being generated. It's being generated by men.
Would you rather be the people that are spending and deciding on what the money's being spent on, or would you rather be the person that's just working? And
yeah, be a wage piggy. And don't get to spend. Don't make choices about the spending. Literally, the social pressure is, I better ask my wife about that. Okay? Like, one of the excuses people give to salespeople is, I need to speak to my wife about it. And then apparently you're supposed to say, well, what kind of man are you that you have to ask your wife? Blah, blah, blah. But the point is, that's a usual thing. Of course, you have to discuss it with your wife. You should. Okay? And if you don't have a wife, buy one. Kidding. Okay. She's just responding to this, women control the spending. Control household spending. Being the one in control of spending is a better position. So that's the difference between doing a dialogue level analysis. Is like, I don't have to go through the question that she's asking. She's using a tactic to ask him a question. Would you rather be in this position or this position? I just get her argument out of it. We don't have to go through that. So maybe this makes us faster.
Well, CEOs and board members aren't working. They own the shares, and they're making the profit.
Well, when you own profit is making.
You would much in a capitalist system.
Does anyone know if the Russian brides are half price because of war? I don't know. I think the Russians are the Russians might be more expensive. Maybe the Ukrainians are cheaper at this point. Remo pre-raid. Soranos is he's part of the pre-raid. Good times. Apparently I did show you guys earlier. I did show the brpa. Hold on, let me just show you. I'll wait until the Kitty ask. Kitty, when you say ask my wife, please be more specific. Which one? I have 5. Yeah, there you go. Conco Chris. BMO raid. Is it a raid now? I'll show you guys that maybe I don't think you were here, but this is the brpa that hold on, that BMO made. I don't know if you guys were there when he did it, but this is apparently it. Was it this stream that he did this? So a reminder, brpa, that's what it sounds like. And apparently Daisy was supposed to be brpaing too. But I mean we could think of it that way. Hey? We could be. It is. You really did get Daisy. She has one white ear. That's true. But yeah, and I really appreciate the eyebrows. They are. You know what? I should actually try and make them. So I need to do a brpa. I can't do both of that. Brpa. Bimo sends his regards. He came in. It was this stream. Okay, well, just a reminder that this is what you did. I feel like I captured your essence. You did. And you captured the essence of brpa as well. So yeah, I cannot recommend that enough, especially because of the accuracy. Okay, there we go. So
I would much rather be made.
So by the way, guys, what we're doing for those of you who have just arrived, hi. I hope you left a like. You made sure you came through here after liking BMO's stream. Just a reminder. Just make sure that you had liked it before you came here. There is that. But yes, what we're learning here, for those of you who have just arrived, is that patriarchy is not natural. Okay, it's just social pressure that makes patriarchy. Okay, it's just social pressure. So it's arbitrary. We can change it from the top, and also, yeah, we're just the wage gap is now in play. He played the wage gap card, and I'm bored.
Making the profit than spending.
I would much rather be spending your money than having to work for your money.
I don't know. Yeah, who wants to be a big spender? People want to be a big spender or a big earner? How's about both? Wow, social pressure isn't natural in literally every society. Is he retarded? No, he's feminist. You licked the stream instead. You know what? That's good too. Was it a good? Did it taste good? They can't admit to the real reason we have patriarchy. It's because women are evil. We can't have them in control. Have you seen women? Spending money sucks. I don't like spending money either. It's very, very anxiety inducing.
Just so we are totally clear here, I would much rather spend your money.
I'm not talking.
Please, can we spend the feminists' money? Please? You know what? Hi, I'm a female. Give me money. That's my reasoning.
And have to go out and earn your money.
Well, you're talking about wage laborers in terms of working, but in terms of
no, I'm speaking about spending power, right?
Yeah,
well,
yeah. Well, sure. Okay,
but that matters.
Wait,
if 85%
sure.
of 85 cents of every dollar, how that's being spent, is being determined by women, that's
power. Yes, that is power. Yeah. So listen, if people, hello, married people, have you ever said the words, I need to ask my wife about that. My wife and I will discuss it. Have you had that? That's power. Ooh, and we have power over our husbands. Ooh. Yeah, because that's how we work in our relationships. We think about who's in power. That's a healthy way to manage your interpersonal relationships. Who is in power right now? Okay. Just remember that, okay? Next time you speak to your significant other, figure out what the power dynamic is and take advantage, because you must be the winner. You can't be in this together. Fuck you.
Power. That we can't say spending power is not power.
Why do you think that is the case?
It's the case because
women are often relegated to the role of doing grocery shopping.
Women are relegated to the role of doing grocery shopping. Yes, please don't make my husband do the grocery shopping. But okay, and also, what are men doing? Sorry, what are men doing when they're single? Do you guys just not? Do you just not eat? I suppose you guys do. You're just your grocery shopping is getting 2-minute noodles, right? Love is gay, gaslight and dominate. Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Be an alpha and always take control. Be an alpha, do your grocery shopping. That's it. Yes, I don't eat when I'm single. But you know what? Neither do women. Okay? Fine. Maybe some of you blue-haired bitches over there are making yourself what was that popular thing with the tomatoes? Anyway, it was all over the Instagrams that women do. But then there's girl breakfast, there's girl meals, there's girl dinner, all of that. That's the same thing. People do this when they are single. They eat Skittles for dinner. When they have a partner, they eat something better because they're making something for that person. At least that's the way it works for me. And if it doesn't work that way for you, you're wrong and you need to punish yourself.
Etc. Because for millennia now,
oh, you buy tuna too? Yeah, I bought tuna. Hey, that's married, and I bought tuna yesterday. You did your shopping today, actually. Well, look at you in power. Stick it to the woman.
From millennia up until now, women were unable to enter the workforce and have economic political freedom.
So let's get into the reasons, because you brought up something that men are the people that are at the top of these companies, these Fortune 5.
Oh, I knew this. Okay, so the thing that I said in the beginning when we looked at the claims is maybe she's going to say that behind every man is a woman. That's not how that works, Candace. Well, At least not for normal heterosexual people.
100 companies.
And political power.
You're absolutely right. Why is that?
It's primarily because the women haven't broken the ceiling quite yet in
Fucking ceilings, am I right, ladies? Am I right?
terms of meeting men, in terms of
Sorry, this just reminds me of when we were talking on Wick's channel. Go and check out what he's going to be debating today. But anyway, when we were talking on Wick's channel about women being evil, one of the things that he brought up is like, because there was a guy who called in, and he said, "Who do you think out of me, you and Kitty, you guy and Kitty female, who do you think would be able to persuade me to do something better, Kitty or guy or bro?" So we're acting like women are completely helpless, and the social pressure or whatever, or social construct stuff leaves them completely powerless. It actually benefits us in certain ways. We are able to do this soft power stuff that men might not be so good at.
with these sort of powers. But what we've seen with the explosion of feminism is that women have actually begun to enter these companies, have risen into public.
No, stop me. Don't let me go in your company. I'm female. Can't I just be, I'm gonna have a turn. I'm too delicate. Don't put me in there. We need to watch. Oh, where's my little book? Fuck. Okay. Creamage. Remember, tomorrow for for Slop Fridays or whatever, we need to watch the female daycare, adult daycare, which is basically women in the workforce's female adult daycare.
Both political and economic positions of power, but that continues to grow year by year, which shows that these social.
No, women haven't always worked. No, Vegeta, but we don't work. We sit at home. We're too soft and squishy for that. We just sit at home and put peepers between our boobs. That's it.
Pressures are actually breaking apart as soon as feminism comes into play.
So what I would say is what
women,
that shows you
different sorts
is
of
that
values.
women and men have different interests. And I think this gets into what I was saying, that just because you see a disparity.
Okay, I will point to the Sasquatch videos to tell you that men and women have different interests. And Zax is a woman. Seriously, I don't... What is that? But okay. Yeah, different interests and different abilities. You have to be a certain kind of gentle man to be a nurse.
It does not mean that it's not just a disparity in what our interests are. That's what's being represented. I don't know why there has been this idea that women should want to aspire to work 80 hours a week.
Men and women, she's just gonna asserts men and women have, what do you call it? They have natural differences in their interests. Okay, women, you know what? Women should aspire to work 90 hours a week and whatever. I know that my mom worked fucking hard. Okay, she had her own business, still has her own business, but it is on a smaller scale than what my dad was doing, and my dad worked a lot longer than my mom. And cool, we're in a society that we need two incomes. I think the work-life balance for women should be shifted compared to the work-life balance of men. But also, the work-life balance of men is fucking disgusting. It doesn't exist. You have to be at the top. You work for decades, and then you get to the top, and then you're able to have a little bit of a work-life balance.
In order to be on par with men.
Do you think that interests are innate, or do you think
I think the interests are innate.
So why?
Do you think interests are innate? Okay, innately so. Is that how you spell it? So, okay. Interests are innate. Yes, we tend to. Okay, it's not innate. Does not necessarily mean that it's absolute. Okay, it's just that. When in her, the way she is framing it, when she says innate, it means it's a natural state of things.
Is it then that, for example, in the 1980s, only a quarter of college graduates were women, where now majority of college graduates are women? That shows.
you know what it shows? It shows the social pressure that you've put on, because you've made it. You've done this social engineering and made women feel bad about just wanting a simple life. Because you are not a good enough person, you are not an intelligent enough person if you are not a career woman. Hi MSK. I blame you for the wage gap.
That because of the way that social pressures have actually changed, women's interests are actually now changing too.
No. Women are going to college, but guess what they're doing? They're doing gender studies. They're doing psychology. They're doing nursing. All of that stuff. The women in STEM shit is you still have to push hard to get them women into STEM and make them good at it as well. So look, he's basically making a case for social pressure. Actually, this has to come over here. It's not innate, not natural. And I'll put you on natural. It's because now more women are in college. Social pressure did that. So what Candace is arguing, sir, is that sure, the social pressure has had an effect, but it has made women more unhappy. You're putting this there, but you're saying that this has happened, but what her whole argument going back into the other things is it's made women unhappy because it is not natural. If I'm wrong, I haven't heard Candace. I haven't understood Candace properly.
Majority, I think, or at least half of law school graduates are now women.
Women in law. Law is still humanities.
It used to be the case for example, a few hundred years ago, that a lot of primary philosophers like Immanuel Kant, Hegel, didn't even believe women could be reasonable. Now,
I don't think we can. Like, we try. Look, I try. I require a freaking mind map to be somewhat reasonable. It's difficult. But there are some women that are just, you cold reason. Go you.
Here you are today doing a debate with me where we're using logic and reason to get to the close, and nobody here would dismiss the claim that you can't be rational or logical or...
Okay, so he's just like, woohoo, woohoo. We're not talking about, you speaking of rationality, we're not talking about this claim. I'm sure that Candace is happy with those kinds of pieces of progress, okay? She's talking about the role of women in society in terms of being a man. You actually being forced to act like a man.
Be, for example, a great lawyer because you're a woman. Right.
So I totally agree with you that women, but I think they have actually entered into the...
Yeah, Candace is not the most rational person. She gets frothy. If this person was wearing a yarmulke, no ways would she be reasonable. She would lose her shit.
Workforce, entered into college under this external pressure of feeling that if you don't go to college, you're going to be a failure.
So you admit that pressures are a part of the way interests work.
Yes, but we're disagreeing on where the pressure is coming from.
Yes. That's exactly it. Yes, Kitty got it right, because she's not saying the pressures don't work. She's saying they're not a good thing.
I think that now the pressure is that if a woman doesn't enter the force, there's no longer this idea that, okay, we're going to come together as a family, whereas there was this reality that there was this understanding that you would have a partner. People were getting married when they were 18, 19 years old. Right. Our grandparents, now it's because...
Oh God, me married at 18. Well, listen, I met my husband when I was 19. And I stayed with him. So I guess, But the thing is that, we were still very children. We were very children, and we got married when we were 30.
Of feminism, and I'm saying this is the downside of feminism. Women no longer have that sense. They think that they have to be pressured to go take out a loan to go to college, and then you have the pressure to get...
Well, they have this...
It was absolutely Gordon groomed. We're the same age, Lucifer. We're the same age. We're a couple months apart.
Same pressures as men, because women no longer rely on it for an income.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please.
Did like our...
Society, family, feminist, religion, so on. So anyway, I didn't enjoy this. Let's rate this. Evan, you are... This was like... I've decided this is what I'm going to start doing. So, let's call it 4 out of 10. What was Princella? What were you like? She was 5. No, yeah, she's 5 out of 10. Come here, Princella. Give me pop up. Oh my god, X-Mind, bro. As the control shift. Oopsie, it wasn't X-Mind, it's a user error. But I still blame X-Mind because I'm a woman and I don't take responsibility for anything I do. The man is always wrong. Well, I'm glad you understand, Vegeta. I'm glad you understand. God, this is your sex life diagram. Woman. Okay. I suppose we could say, okay, there. And then, okay. So this is your, sorry, let's just take this away for a second. MSK, woman, so he talks to them. That's your sex life. But sex is over there. All by itself. It's floating there. This is it. Take a screenshot. Okay. You good? Here's your shouldn't it be bigger? The diagram? I mean, we could zoom in and it'll be bigger. There you go. There you go. Okay, we can do that for Slop Fridays. The challenge will be you guys can challenge me to diagram silly things as well. And there we go. We got a lot to do on Friday, guys. Does nothing equal something? It's an entity. It's something in conversation. It denotes nothing. It denotes a lack of something. You work with what God gave you, swag. It's big enough. If a woman changes her mind at any point, no matter how far down later, it is the man who becomes in the wrong. Yes, exactly. And guess what? Women will change their minds very easily. Okay, the sex life diagram should be a circle to represent a circle jerk. Well, that means that he's got people with him in the circle jerk. Bedtime. Love you all. Good night, Lucifer. Give the doggies many scritches from me. Listen, no, you can't have a circle jerk with MSK because MSK is by himself. That's the whole idea, is that MSK is singular. He would have to run around in a circle jerking himself off for a circle jerk. So... inaccurate. We strive for accuracy here, Congo Chris. Do better. Okay. We are back. We're back doing serious things now. Evan, 4 out of 10. Cool. Maybe he does yoga or something and can give himself a reach around. Yeah, he probably is. He's a flexible man. My wife would beg to differ. What, your wife does a circle do? Or are you talking about the size? Okay, we're done. We're done. Listen here. I've got something to say to you. Shut up, bitch! Right. Let's get back to it. Trying to run a ship shape here. Oh, God. Okay. Are we good? Are we good? Okay, we're good. Let's see what else we've got. Don't women eat ass now? I don't know. Women are ass now.
Might have to come back to you.
You just dropped a new clip for me? Okay, where's it? The beans. What's this? Uh-oh! Okay, let's see. Hi, I'm a female. Give me money. You know what? I'm a female. I'm gonna quit. Okay, so you guys could hear that probably. Hi, I'm a female. Give me money. That's the clip. I'm gonna clip that when we're done with this stream, and I'm I'm gonna make it as a short and see how it goes. I'm gonna do that, okay? Let's see how it goes. Thanks so much, Zerofax. That's a brilliant piece of content, guys. If you go and check out my shorts, guys. I'm trying hard. I'm trying to make sure at least we get one short per stream.
Hi. Owens, I'm Paris.
Very nice to meet you.
Paris! How do we spell it?
So, can I explain to you?
Paris. Okay, good. I thought it was going to be P-A-R-A-S. Okay. Jinsia, stop hitting the freaking mic stand. Technical question, does it duff? I don't know what that is, and I'm so glad I don't. Bye!
Why I believe we live in a patriarchy and why I believe we live in a society that's preferential to men. So I'm going to use the example of male violence. There's a lot of places I can look, but we're going to talk about that.
Okay, so we're going to go male violence is... So she's saying why we are in a patriarchy, arguing why we are in a patriarchy using male violence. This goes into the whole thing of innateness and whatever. That Candace asserts is that men and women are different in their behaviors, as in men are more violent.
81%
Testosterone is wild in boys.
of women have been sexually assaulted. 1 in 6 have been raped. 1 in 4 women are the victims of domestic violence.
Meow, 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 meow.
Thank you. Thank you for that sub, but I'm good.
98% of perpetrators of rape.
I've already got an artiste on file. His name is Bimo, and he made this. So, I'm good, but thank you.
And 95% of perpetrators of domestic violence are men. Actually,
Logo, screen panels. The whole thing for my sorry, this is who I'm talking to. The whole thing that goes on for my channel is scuff, right? So if it looks too good, it'll be a problem. So that's why I make sure that I do the stuff by myself and make it really, really shit. So it's my style. Because you gotta understand, my brand is scuff, but trying really hard not to be. But thank you. Good luck out there.
in regards to human trafficking, 70% of human trafficking victims are women. So we're seeing a very clear issue of men being violent towards women. And then when we look at the way that our government handles that, 1 out of 3 rapes go reported. And then out of the ones that go reported, 7% end in jail time. So if we're looking at that, and we're looking at the fact that our government doesn't really get that worried about male violence.
Government doesn't get worried about male violence? Wouldn't that be matriarchy?
Well, so what I would say is, going back to biological,
We don't care about this. The government doesn't care about male violence. Therefore, it's what? It's normal. Is that what you're trying to say? Government doesn't care about male violence. Okay, let me go back. I was too busy being distracted by the scuff. That is a new song we're gonna get. Scuffs in chat. I think actually that would be a good soundboard thing. Scuffs in chat. But we've also got, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I'll also go to a banger that Creamage gave us yesterday, which is bitches are dumb, bitches are dumb, bitches are dumb. Could you hear that? Did you hear bitches are dumb, bitches are dumb, bitches are dumb? Yeah, it should be pretty loud. Let's put it up. Let's just put it up there. Bitches are dumb, bitches are dumb, bitches are dumb, bitches are dumb. There you go. Did you make it an alert? I made it a short. I made it a short on YouTube, and then Then Creamage went and made it. It's your fault for pointing it out. I would have forgotten it. But I went back because of the way that you said it. I went back and clipped it. So yes, we've got bridges are dumb. No, it's bitches are dumb, guys. Oh God, hold on, I'll show you. We're not gonna finish this fucking diagram, but nobody gives a fuck about my diagrams. Just hold on. Let's go here. I'll show you. You guys were there. but whatever. Also, I'm just looking at the way this first panel is. And yeah, the universe directed you here just to do it. Is that your ringtone? You know what? It should be. But here we go. I'll even pause this so you guys can hear. Let's remove add to stage. Like, you see, this was gonna be, guys. This was gonna be this was the default. The default what do you call it? Thumbnail. So I had to change it. Thank God we can change thumbnails now. But anyway, here it is.
Right. So we're not dealing with educated people. Lack of education is the
Bitches are dumb. So that's basically it.
cause for what we see in the world 6th grade. So we're not
So yeah, bitches are dumb. That's what we get. That's where we got it. It's not doing as well as I hoped, but you know what? We enjoyed it. We of the chat enjoyed it. And also the kind of the spork makes it as well. And also I am eating pre-cut mango in that clip. So I'm a dumb bitch eating mango and saying bitches are dumb. I think it's a great meta commentary. Anyway, this is the kind of, it is a nice touch. It really is. No, I don't need that. I don't need that, MSK. Okay, so mango mouth. Yeah, well, I'm actually thinking of keeping the spork from the next one that I get. Oh, I think my second to last comment got filtered, which in here. Oh. But yeah, try and make it happier. Okay. Did you say bitches are dumb? The more you know. This lady says that violence on women by men is disproportionate. She's right, but not in the way she means. Men are 800% more likely to be the victim of violence. But that's their fault. And you know what? We don't care. They need to stay. You didn't use any curse words? Soranos. I don't believe you. Okay.
When we look at the way that our government handles that, 1 out of 3 rapes go reported, and then
the way our government. So the way our government. Okay, hold on. I'm peeking. Put it away. Put it away. Okay. The way our government deals with it. Interesting. Okay, they go reported. 1 out of 3 rapes goes reported. That's the person who is raped.
out of the ones that go reported, 7% end in jail time.
Okay, out of the ones that are okay, so she's just giving us stats about rape stats. Stats. 1 out of 3 reported, and then 7% result in jail time. Okay, so it's a problem. They don't know things, they don't read things, they don't obsess over stats. The few data points they do see, they forget. Their entire world is driven by the consumption of fiction. What is this about, Cyrano's the second? Is this about women or leftists?
So if we're looking at that, and we're looking at the fact that our government doesn't really get that worried about male violence.
Well,
it doesn't get that worried about male violence. Okay. Men are more violent, therefore we are in a patriarchy.
so what I would say is, going back to biological differences, men are naturally inclined more towards aggression than women are. So I am not shocked by you telling me. It's, even if you looked at, like I said, male on male crime, you would see that there are more instances of men killing other men than there are instances of women killing other women. And that, I think, actually speaks to our biological differences.
Yep, biological differences. The fact that you're going on about it, that's what I said. That it's the same argument that she's making, that naturally men are more violent and they will be more violent to each other. Natural differences. Men kill for more men than women kill women who kill women. Okay, it's basically that women. Oh, look, men are more violent. Who knew? Who knew? Okay.
which is actually at the root of everything that I believe about feminism being a lie, is because they're trying to program people to believe that men and women are the same. Now,
feminism, I'll just put this as a second thing. This is my problem with feminism, is with feminism today, is they're trying to make women feel like, or women believe that they can be exactly like men, that we're all just the same. There are things that overlap. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, and I'm not being prescriptive, but the thing of shaming a woman for being a woman is the most anti-feminist thing I can think of. That's what I thought feminism was about being confident in your femininity. But anyway, feminism tries to teach women, or it tries to force women to believe they are like men, just like men. And I hate that. Maybe you're blind because you saw. I don't know. Facebook's wild. I mean, YouTube's wild. Why would I say Facebook? I guess it's because I was busy with it last night.
I don't think that pointing to the fact that men are more aggressive than women, which is a point that you and I 1000% agree on, whether or not that manifests in the very wrong way of men harming other men, which I think they do more probably than they're.
Yeah. Do you see Candace arguing that men are not violent? No, we don't see that. You would think, oh, that you see, look, men bad. Look, Candace, men bad. You agree. So you agree all men are bad. No, that's not what Candace is saying. She's just saying they have the propensity to be more violent.
Than they are beating women, men on male violence. That manifestation doesn't change the fact that men and women are just biologically hardwired different. I think it's actually proof of that. I don't think it has anything to do with the fact of power dynamics in this country, because to the contrary, if you look at prison rates and talking about how disparities don't mean anything, the majority of overwhelming people that are in prison are male, right?
Yeah, what's wrong? What's with that? Prison is a patriarchy. Prison is a patriarchy. Get more women in prison. More women in prison, more women in STEM, more women in sewage. What else are we on? I think we need a lot more. Come on. Women in farming. That's good. We actually do have that going on. Pretty cool. But no, we want them in the sewer. We want them in the sewer and we want them in the prison. Somehow that's okay.
There's a reason for that. So when it manifests in a good way, that male aggression, is the reason why we have men defending us, men
defending us, woo. Okay, she just goes into, let's say, benefits. Okay, so true, I don't know, men being more violent. Men are more violent naturally. Organically, more men in prison, more men defending people. I mean, being good firefighters, being good, all of that. No, don't come and save me. Don't come and save me if you don't look like me. None of that, please. Look, Martha, if you can carry me out of the burning building, I don't give a shit. But yeah, as long as you can carry me, I'm good. In terms of whether you're a firefighter. Men defending people. What else? Oh, and this does. So summary. This does not mean that. This just I don't know. This emphasizes biological. Doesn't indicate we're a patriarchy. Okay, I think that's basically what we're talking about in terms of the claim. Cool.
That are willing to go to war and die for our nation. So.
Oh my God! Flag!
aggression being an aspect of masculinity has nothing to do with the conversation of whether or not feminism is harming women today.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, that doesn't indicate whether feminism is harming women. Which, hello, that's not the claim we're talking about, by the way, ladies.
I agree with you that
We agree.
women are biologically different.
Yes,
Men
but
are.
I
She agrees, yay, good feminist.
don't. What I want you to connect it to is, I guess, power. Because what I'm talking about when I say that we're existing under a matriarchy is that I believe that the social pressures politically and socially that are coming, and even within our music, if we talk about Hollywood, it's very much
That
has
power means
become.
nothing.
Hey, Kate, that power means nothing, apparently. Okay. So, look, Kate, men and women are different. Agree or disagree? In general, are they different? So, we've got that, but apparently the fact that we're different means... So, it means that that we're under a patriarchy. But what Candace is trying to say here is that is that we do look, it's framed again. We're doing another Surrounded. Kate is, if you guys don't know, Kate was on Surrounded with in the last one, I'm sure you guys know, with Jordan Peterson. And we discussed, when we also did our interview, we discussed the value of the way that this format is laid out, right? The claims are of course very, very general, so that you can get a lot of discussion out of it, because if we get too nuanced, then there's not much to say, so we can at least argue about it. So I think what she is trying to do with this claim is to say, okay, that we are focused on women a lot in society now in a soft way, and we're kind of leaving men behind. I don't believe that I don't think she would be stupid enough to argue that we're in a real matriarchy. Like I said earlier, I think it would be better for her to say we're in a gynocentric society, and maybe then they could argue about whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. But this is a better thing to do. This is a more Jubilee way to state your claim. So anyway, hers is that women, social pressures, in terms of social pressure, women have more power at the moment. So they are able to use the feminine card, the female card, the I have ovaries card, and get what they want. Stream element stretch. Okay, well, I'm not going to stand for that. I will put my legs out. Here we go. Generally retarded. What's there? I stretch. Well, late here, and keep up the great work, Kitty. Thanks, Vegeta. Sleep well. Okay, I touch my toes. That's what I'm doing. I'm busy touching my toes. So, stream elements, get off my back. Okay. Let's go. Show ankle, harlot. No, I can't. There's a knee. There you go. On Twitch, I think you can't show feet. It's actually a problem. you really can't. And we are on Twitch if anyone wants to go there.
Like, just because, like, who was on the top music charts or whatever are women, okay, how many...
She's deciding that the social power has nothing. So you know what? If that is true, let's take all the representation out of media then. If it means nothing, then let's take all that representation out. Riri Williams in the freaking boot. Let's go. That social power, that power means nothing. So she's going to say the woman at the top, top of what do you call it? Music charts doesn't mean anything. Okay, that's what we're at. That doesn't mean that I don't think that's what she's talking about. She's not talking about them being at the top of music charts. She's talking about the fact that we're only really concerned with women's issues.
Women have paid maternity leave.
Okay, that's not
Like, how are things panning out in the family courts? Why are abusive men having access to their children?
Why are abusive men have access to their children? Where are you, woman? Sorry? The general trend is towards women getting the children because vagina.
Paid maternity leave.
okay, that's not
Like, how are things panning out in the family courts? Why are abusive men having access to their children? Like, why are women making less than men? Like, what?
Like, why are women making less than men? That's not good enough power, you see? That power means nothing. The power that means something is not in... The power that means something is not given to women. Okay, apparently men in family court get access. Extra doubt there, okay? Women are making more than men when adjusted for hours worked in position. Ceranos, none of that adjustment, okay? It seems like you've read this book, Calling Bullshit, or data telling stories with data. You've read that book over there, okay? You can't see it. Point is, sorry, I'm talking as if you guys can hear me. What I'm saying is, you can fudge the data however you want. Okay, men in family court get access to their children. Women earn less than men. Okay, cool. She's got a lot of patience. Maybe it comes from being a mom. This is misogyny manifest.
I mean, none of that means anything to me.
so that gap. Obviously, I'm sure you've recognized the gender gap has been debunked so many times. It's almost foolish to debunk it again.
Well, you could say, yeah, that.
No. The gender pay gap is not debunked if you don't believe it's been debunked. That's been debunked. This is, guys, as you remember, it's now. Yaha, nah. So she's gonna say no. So, yaha, great conversation.
Most women will go into jobs where they're making less,
Yes.
but then it does answer the question of why do we not value women's labor?
It's
Why don't we value women's labor? Because it's not good. You know, part of the reason. No, I'm kidding. But if we go into the adult female daycare, there you get it. You're like, okay, this woman definitely better not be getting paid as much as a man.
It's not-
who's working.
That's not valuing women's labor. It's just a reality that if you are going to be a person that aspires to become a brain surgeon, you are going to make more money than a person that aspires to do something that's, like in the household.
Can we go
Me? I mean, I'm not gonna exactly be PewDiePie, am I? I mean, my husband would like that, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
back to the male violence question?
The whole reason I can aspire to this sort of stuff is a lot because of my husband being successful. I feel like I'm in 2016. Yeah, welcome.
Yeah.
Why does our country not persecute men then who are rapists?
Well,
Oh my god. Okay, so now we're gonna go, that's been debunked. Why does, okay, so she's saying, well, if we're in a matriarchy, why are we not persecuting men who are rapists? Basically, that's the if statement. If we're in a matriarchy, why doesn't our country persecute men who are rapists? Could it be that rape is very difficult to prove conclusively? You know what? Just throw whoever is accused in jail though. And yeah, I'm sorry. Somebody who can do that, putting them away for 5 years, is not going to reform them. I don't know what you want.
the majority of people who are in prison are men, so I don't know what you mean that we don't prosecute men that are rapists. We even prosecute people.
7%.
No, she goes. So she brings up most men. Most of the people that are in jail are men. And then she goes, but no, I'm not talking about just the men in jail. I'm talking about the only 7% of rapes result in jail time. So that might be the nature of the crime then. So I can see that why you would quibble. This is a different segment. You don't get to, but then again, she is cherry picking herself. This Paris woman is cherry picking. She's cherry picking that rapes themselves are proof that that men are not persecuted enough, whereas most people in jail are men. Doesn't that mean that they get persecuted more? At all?
Go to jail. Only 7% go to jail.
I don't know what that has to do with the question of whether or not we're living in a matriarchy or a patriarchy.
Because our
if
government
there's an
is preferential.
Oh, our government is preferential. Our government is okay. So yeah, this is what you've got there, Dildo. You guys can do whatever the hell you want, apparently. Just don't be part of the 7%. You're all good. With the willy-nilly, yes. Do it with the willy and do it nilly. That's... also, guys, just remember, if you got kids, please don't forget this. Teach them not to sexually assault people. Because apparently that's something that is very difficult for people to grasp.
To men.
You're saying that they only like to arrest men when they kill someone, but our government is awarding men.
Don't what? That's exactly what you're saying. That is exactly what you're saying. You cherry picked. You said that because of this rape statistic, I'm going to ignore all the jail time that men do for other violent crime. It's almost as if other violent crime is easier to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's probably why you've got people in jail
For raping women, I don't understand what
They're
you're...
not. They don't care.
They don't care, guys. They don't care in jail time. Therefore, the government doesn't care about that crime. Interesting. I would like to know why that is a 7% thing. That is something to research. That is a shocking statistic. I'm not happy about that. Absolutely not. But I would think probably the reason that doesn't happen is because it is so difficult to prove, and it's also difficult for people to freaking testify in those cases as well. It's a very complex crime to deal with. They don't care, ish. No, seriously, yeah, they don't care.
Rape is effectively legal. You can literally.
Okay, come on now. Come on now. Guys, you hear that? It's a free-for-all out there. It's effectively illegal. Try it. See what happens.
Rape a woman, and you have a very low likelihood of actually going to jail as a man.
Rape is effectively legal.
It's effective.
Come on. Come on now. She's looking for the... No, Paris, you just want to get clipped, hey? You just want to get clipped.
Legal. How many men are actually going to jail for rape?
I actually agree with you that in terms of sex crimes, and I don't know how you're peeling out women, because I would even, and again, this is nothing to...
Matthew is this. Ow. I hope you guys heard that. I don't know if my nose is really a hazard. But the noise cancelling might not have made it like
the argument today, but I would even say that people are not being prosecuted hard enough when we're dealing with crimes against children, period.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's agreeing with you that this is a problem. Agrees people aren't being prosecuted effectively. Especially when it comes to children. Okay, cool. So she's not denying that, but she has decided this, therefore, this part of the statement here. Therefore, this over here, she decided that therefore is not valid. She can be okay with this statistic, but she doesn't give it the significance that Paris does. That is That's that's what gets me about debate, is that people like, okay, yeah, but I brought the facts. I brought the things that are supposed to convince the person. Therefore, they are going to agree with me. That's not how any of it works. Imagine if that could be. That's literally just how we change people's minds. That we just give them a fact sheet and they go, oh, okay, fair enough. And then they continue with their lives. We all just, this comes down to our humanity interpreting facts. You decide which facts you want, essentially. And I guess what I like is that we get people's ideas. What I like about doing this is I can go into a block and say, oh, this is what this person thinks, and yeah, this is how I agree with Candace on the way that she is responding to it. So that's what we're doing with this this silly process of diagramming things.
Yeah. Talking about 100%. Sexual crimes not being prosecuted
100%.
in this country is a whole other conversation, and you will not get a disagreement with me, but I think that it's wrong to say that it's somehow attached to being a woman when you know that there are so many children that are going through the exact same thing. I mean, the light sentences that are tossed out for pedophiles, it's completely ridiculous.
All right, guys, pause.
But
Yeah, that's terrible, but you know what? Rape is essentially legal. Wow. Women get less time than men for the same crime. That is true. Why are we not talking about that? But anyway.
I don't think it has anything to do with the conversation that we're having right now. But I agree with
everything.
She agrees with you. She can agree. Also agree with somebody. This is possible as well, guys. Oh my God, it's amazing. You can agree with somebody and take their fact in and still not agree with their interpretation. Just PSA.
With it, and you're separating it to make your time.
You're separating it to make your point. Yes. You're connecting it to make your point. Okay, and all we can do is describe the situation, and that's what you did, Paris. You didn't win, but we didn't win. None of us have. Okay, I think Paris did, in terms of entertainment, was a great show, but yeah, the rape is essentially legal. That puts you in 4 out of 10 ground. No.
Please return to your seat. I'm going to add 5 more minutes to this claim.
Oh, you can do that? You can add 5 more minutes to the claim? Okay. Bonus time. That's a thing. Cade, if you're still here, tell us. Can you get bonus time? I don't think we discussed bonus time.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Adam. Nice to meet you.
You can't believe feminists are still this retarded. As a gay man, you should understand.
So, your claim is, just to be clear, that we...
I don't know him from Adam. It's a beautiful name. We got another one. Who's white knighting for the ladies. Tell us.
We live in a matriarchy, right?
Yes.
So, I think even you'd agree that on a global level, that's obviously ridiculous when there are countries where people literally are honor killed.
Okay, on a global level, there are countries that are literally
For like Instagram posts. But even if we're talking about just the US, right? We don't have paid maternity leave.
We don't have paid maternity leave. So he's pointing to, these are supposed to be reasonable things. Paris pointed to something that is not really reasonable, I would say. He's pointing to things that if we were in a matriarchy, this is how it would be. Okay? So globally, if he goes to just the US, he says globally, many countries aren't matriarchies. US, in terms of USA, here are give signs that they are, that indicate it's not a matriarchy. So basically he's giving us, if this was a matriarchy, then we don't have paid maternity leave. In Germany, you can get a year. You don't lose your job. Can you imagine? Hold my job for a year, ma'am. Goes off and has the baby, can come back and expect absolutely all of the same benefits as somebody who had stayed there a year. This is in Germany. So I wonder if that's what this guy wants. that girl can go off, raise her child for a year, which I'm all on board for, go there, be there in the first year, absolutely. Actually, be there for the first, just be there until your child is 10 at least. But then you just go back. You just go back. You have not missed. And if anybody treats you as less because you were not there for a year, that's discrimination, because you were pregnant and you were taking care of a child. So literally in that world, in Germany, with the labor laws there, or their policies at least in the companies that I know, they kind of just take time and fuck around with it and insert the ideology, and time just becomes not a thing. It's not a factor. So German companies must lose a goddamn fortune on that. They're doing fine. They're fine. We have a year here too. You can get more, but not fully paid. Wow. But they said they don't have paid maternity leave. I don't know if Germany does the pay. But the point is, your job, your position in that company is as if you've stayed there 12 months. It's as if you've worked. So even if you're not getting paid, you're not missing out on that time that you did not put in. I don't know. That's kind of creepy. And then men, I think the men get maybe 3 months, which is a lot. In South Africa, men do not get paid paternity leave, and they will get maybe 10 days. That's it, because you just help your woman recover a little bit, and then get yourself back. Australia does paid maternity and paternity leave. Yeah, I would expect that from Australia. How long is it, Groovy? A day is too short. Okay, so we're being reasonable here, Matthew. We have so I'm just trying to think. Dildo, you're talking about America or Canada?
Abortion is illegal in over a dozen different states, and as some...
Okay, so we don't have paid maternity leave. Abortion is illegal. Because we want to kill them baby girls. We want to be able to kill them. We need the legal killing of females as well.
Someone earlier was mentioning, women are overwhelmingly the victims of sexual violence.
So we need equality in sexual violence. Increase the sexual violence perpetrated on men, and we will be good. That's the problem. Okay, so women experience. So would you be okay with it, Adam? Would you be okay if there was equality in sexual violence? So if men were also subject to sexual violence at the same rate as women, would you be okay with that because it's equal? This is good. So what you have to do, men, is assault each other in a sexual way. And that will do it for feminism. Obviously, I'm being facetious, but that's what we have to do. We're here to talk shit. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. Well, I'm trying to be interesting here. Those babies put themselves in that situation. They need to take responsibility for their conception, not their birth. Okay, so women experience more sexual violence than men.
And domestic abuse. So that doesn't seem like a very well-designed matrix.
Violence than men, and more sexual violence and domestic abuse. Okay, so she's frowning at this because she's like, it's almost as if there are inherent differences between the bodies of males and the bodies of females.
Patriarchy, where women are victims or, lacking power in so many different realms of society on like a structural level.
This is now all of this that he is saying. It's a better argument that rape is legal. It's women. This is not. These are indications that this is not a matriarchy, not a very well set up matriarchy. If women are this, I don't know, not going to say oppressed, but if women have these problems still. Yeah, because if we were in a matriarchy, my little joke is, if we were in a matriarchy, then the men would be assaulted as much as the women. And what else? The men would have their fertility granted to them instead of taking it away. Also, men would not have paternity leave. Okay.
I just do not think that women are lacking power on a structural level because they can't, which they can, by the way, abort their children. Is that like one of your components? Is that
There's many states where abortion is illegal. Do you dispute that?
I am going to dispute that having a child is somehow something that restricts women in any capacity. Like you're
What
saying
about the
that.
ability to
Oh, Candace, I don't think that that's a thing. I'm going to assert that women having a child is not restrictive in any capacity. Okay, it should be. If you're a good mom, I'm hoping that you are somewhat restricted in your behavior once you have a child, once you have a whole entire world human being that is entirely dependent on you. I think your outlook should change. It should shift. You should put a few more limits upon yourself because you have a child. But okay, we're going to assert that women having children, I'm not with you on that. Having children isn't restrictive, but in any sense. But okay, she's saying that women are not. Maybe what she is trying to assert here is women are not forced to have children. Maybe that's what she's talking about. Okay. Maybe asserting not forced to have children. Okay.
decide what you do with your own body?
I don't believe that I don't believe that murder is something that you should be allowed to
Sure,
decide.
and murder is
So yeah, basically, abortion is murder. Sorry about this. I keep hitting the microphone. I need to figure out if maybe I'll clamp this at the back. That will be better. But it's such a freaking pain in the ass to move everything. Fuck's sake. Okay. Abortion equals murder, and women should need to do it. Okay. Essentially what she said. Don't put yarn on everything. I don't put yarn on everything. I put cat fur on everything. Okay.
the legal.
It's actually what you're doing to somebody else's body.
Sure,
So I'm
murder-
pro-life. So
Sure.
the argument that, well, women will only be free if they're able to, kill off their own offspring, to me is
Yeah,
a really
that's a really.
Okay, so she's arguing with this here abortion is illegal. She takes issue with that. Disagrees. Okay, she's disagreeing with that. Cool, as most people would be. That the way she phrases it as well. Women, I don't believe women need to be able to kill their offspring in order to be free. Of course, that is an emotive way of putting abortion. Obviously, it's killing your offspring. It's not getting rid of a pregnancy. It's not choosing the right time. All of the nice softening words that we use for abortion. She's like, no, this is how I see it.
extremely off-colored.
Yeah, well, I guess if you
argument for me.
frame it that way, everyone
Yeah.
kind of has to agree with you. But when we're
Anything. If you accept the framing of somebody's the framing of an issue by somebody, you're going to accept their argument because you're accepting their worldview. Yes, this is how it works. But that's not That's not how it works when we disagree with each other. We won't accept each other's worldview. That's why we're here and surrounded. That's why we want to hear you speak to her, because we want to see how differently you guys think.
Talking about abortion when 99% take place in the first few weeks when, you know, there's no thalamus, there's no cortex.
Okay. That happened in the first few weeks. But why in all hell are we trying to make it legal for madam to have an abortion at 9 months? And that's it. You're not even saying at 9 months with certain caveats. At 9 months to save the woman, at 9 months to save, I don't, like that sort of thing, to save that. We're not even looking for that. You're just looking for 9 months, we'll make the baby comfortable, and then just let it fucking die. Get the fuck out. Come on now. That was that was the one issue that actually got me out of TDS. Okay? It was my cure for Trump derangement syndrome, because I thought that it was absolutely crazy that the Democrats could be arguing for abortion. Now, this was 2016, arguing for abortion at 9 months. I was like, that's not true. Trump is a fucking liar. Trump is a disgusting piece of shit. Like, I was properly frothy against Trump. That was my TDS. And he said that, I think in a debate, he said they want abortion at 9 months. And I was like, that fucker, how dare he? And I went and looked it up. And it was true. They wanted that. And it wasn't just, it's for the safety of the mother, whatever. It was, the mental health of the mother. If the mother now suddenly decides she can't handle being a mother, it's okay, we're going to have an abortion. Oh, but that doesn't happen. Well, then why do we need it to be allowed? Why do you need it to be allowed? I don't give a shit whether it doesn't happen or not. Don't make it allowed, because if you're making it allowed, it can happen, and we don't want that. So that's what changed me into a little bit more of a reality-based human being. Kitty, they're voting on it in the UK. They did. They voted for it in the UK, and didn't they approve it? That's the way it is right now. Yes, Hunty, absolutely. My issue is that they talk about it as a kind of birth control. Absolutely. They act as if it's just the morning after the morning after pill is an abortion. But they act as if it's just this normal thing. That it's just, just get an abortion. It's like, no, that should not be something that you're okay with. You should really be dreading ever having to make that decision, at least, okay? You're restricting. They're acting like abortion at 9 months is birth control. No, that's murder. I'm sorry, I understand that my position on abortion is very, very iffy, because I'm like, there's no brain. I'm like this guy, there's no brain at that point, and I'm not really of the life. I understand the illogic of life begins at conception, and therefore you should not be okay with abortion at all. I understand that. But geez, going all the way to 9 months, I can't go there. I'm sorry. Come on now. No. It's Baal worship. They use the essay argument as a smokescreen for their agenda on the matter. Exactly, as well. That is another one. If they were so worried about their mental health, they should have helped it before they were getting raw dogged. Hey, ladies, don't get raw dogged, okay? Clean up your room before you get raw dogged as well. Just make sure that... what's the fact check? The brain begins to show electric activity at week 8. 81% of abortions are performed by week 9. I don't give a shit. I'm saying don't make it legal to do it later. How's about we have 100% happening by week 9? Could we have that? I don't want the shit that I hear. Like, we can have 0.0001 because we've had this discussion about saving the mother's life, whatever, and also it should be her choice. We had this discussion as well in the evil discussion on thinkers. that it should be a mother's choice as well, whether they try and save her or save the child as well. It shouldn't be mandatory that you abort the baby. Anyway. Frothy. Shinse, you're getting frothy. Relax. This is fine. It's just the internet. It's just people's opinions. And you're not American. So even by that logic, 20% are murders then? Yes. But it's okay. It's better than 100%.
There's no capacity for consciousness in the fetus that's developing. Saying that that fetus that has no capacity to be conscious, aware, anything else.
Okay, cool. So I want to just ask you, the fetus that is at 9 months that can live without, actually previous to 9 months, the fetus that can live outside the womb. What about that one? No, we make it comfortable, and then it dies comfortably.
Should have the same rights, same bodily autonomy as a woman. That is an obvious. I mean, you're making my point for me. That
You're actually making a point that people who are, are born with tremendous disabilities should just be killed because of.
Oh, okay. So now they got into the abortion issue itself, because you're saying that this child. So we got into this argument that the child doesn't have certain capacities, therefore it has less rights than a woman. Okay, so he made this argument, and she's flipping it on him. So he's like, you're arguing a child or a fetus without capacity to think and feel has more. This is a win, I would say. Has more. Spell it better. Okay, that's the American way to spell it. Anyway, has more rights than a fully grown woman. So then she goes, well, you're arguing mentally ill or mentally disabled people have less rights. He's like, no, you're straw manning me, because I think we can make an exception for those people, right? That's what your response should be. That no, I hold these two things in my mind, because I make an exception for the mentally disabled person that's fully developed. Otherwise, I don't think you can kill that person either. Or are you like, you know what? Yes, the cerebral palsy child that I have, offspring that I have, who is actually at adulthood, at adult age. I can kill them because they mentally are giving me pressure, and they have lower capacity than I do.
Cognitive
I'm sorry,
functions and
I don't remember
abilities.
saying that.
I don't remember saying that. No. She's taking your argument to its logical conclusion. That's what she's done. She's made an equivalence. You can call it a false equivalence, but she has made an equivalence that is relevant. She didn't pull that out of her ass, sir.
Did I say that?
The best.
When did I say that? Okay. You know what? What you could do, Candace, is say if she's just used his format. He said you're arguing this, so she used his format. You're arguing this. Instead of saying, okay, if this is what you believe, this is what you believe. That's what the overarching message should be. If you believe that something that doesn't have the capacity to think in a certain way or feel in a certain way is a viable thing to kill off and has less rights. Why am I explaining this? Do you guys understand? Let this go. This is why we take so long.
Argument, which again, this is sidetracked.
You're saying that
let's get back on track.
Kill people with disabilities.
What I'm
Yes.
saying that if you're saying no, I am saying that if you're
Okay, now you see, now she's going to it. Now they're laughing. It's like, no, she's trying to explain to you the if. This is where she could have gone first instead of putting the words in his mouth, because he then gets to go, I didn't say that. That's a boring way to deal with somebody saying that. You would, instead of saying I didn't say that, say no, you're making a false equivalence. But I guess when you are in that moment, you're not going to do that. You're not going to think that reasonably. You're going to be like, bitch, I didn't say that.
Saying that it's cognitive ability and at what
The
stage
ability
you
to
think.
be conscious, and just so we're clear, disabled people are conscious. They're aware.
Okay. So the best argument that it is a life is the fact that you have to kill it. You have to have a procedure to kill it, right? So you have.
Okay, so she's gone to another one that, okay, the reason that the best thing for it is that the best argument that it is, she's doing another one, the best argument that it is a life is that you have to have a procedure to kill it. Otherwise it would continue. Okay. So we get into abortion. We've acknowledged that this is besides what the point here, because we've gone into an abortion discussion, but why not?
To intervene on the
there's
development, like
living
you said,
human cells in it, but
you
it's
called
not
it
conscious.
a developing life.
Sure.
If you have to go into your body and murder it, then
I'm not
it's
disputing that
murder.
there's living human cells
It's murder. When you kill off that fungus on your foot, that's murder.
in a
Again,
fetus.
so we
It's not
could
the
we can just
question.
tack that off because we just have a fundamental disagreement on.
Yeah, I think that's a good place to go. Is going through this argument right now, is that going to help us? I don't think
Sure,
so.
Whether or
then we
not a
can
child
talk
is a
about
life,
paid
I don't-
maternity
I don't
leave.
think-
People have been talking a lot about whether
Okay, talk about paid maternity.
you have to be a mother, you
Yes.
have to work. A lot of women have to pick one or the other because in many cases, if you want to have a child, first of all, there's a big gap in your resume, so getting a job after that might be super difficult. And then
Yeah, and also you're telling the corporation that you care about something more than them, which is also kind of you got a whole child that you care about. Damn, that's inconvenient. It would be better if you were just divorced and had no children. Actually, then you would be a great wage piggy.
secondly, even in the process of having that child, being pregnant, especially in the third trimester, and then raising the child, where the vast majority of the burden typically is on the mother, the workplace and our system of our economy is not tailored to make that easy for them.
Okay, so yeah, we're going back to this argument that maternity leave. So if they go back to maternity leave. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
I actually totally agree with you, and this gets
Paid
into
maternity leave,
this.
you
This
agree?
I don't know. Actually, I'm agreeing with you that this pressure that you're describing exists for women, and I'm saying that it exists for women because of the feminists that came before who argued for women to enter the workplace. So what you're
Yeah.
saying is the solution didn't work, and it actually produced more problems, and now we have more.
The solution. Okay, so she's saying. So he brings up again the maternity leave is unpaid. Women have to choose between career and children because of this, right? That's a problem. So how she sees it is the feminism caused that. The solution, bringing women into the workforce, failed them. Okay, because now they don't get to be moms the way that they're pressurized to. So you've got to be it all. You can't just be a career woman because your life is unfulfilled. And that's it, that you have to have a child. But at the same time, if you're a stay-at-home mom, you're a gender traitor. You're a sex traitor. You're not standing up for women. You're a lazy little bitch, and you're putting yourself under the thumb of your man. And men are evil, and men will always betray you. So you better have a second plan.
Problems, and we need more governance to be able to tackle these problems. So you're
Any
like,
system
we
that's
need the
forcing
government-
women to make certain decisions, I just wouldn't
It's
call
not
that
forcing
feminism
women
to
to
begin
make-
with.
it's not
Women should have the
forcing-
option to choose, do I want to be a stay-at-home mom? Do I want to work? Do I have some mix of both?
Right.
That's the entire point here.
But you
Yes, that is the entire point, but you're kind of... She's saying that... Well, what I would hope she's saying is that we don't need to put pressure on women to make a certain choice. I am happy. This is the way I sit with it. I'm very happy for them to have the choice because, hello, if I didn't have the choice, I would have to have a baby and I don't want no baby. Okay? So that I'm literally in that position. Please don't make me have a child. Okay? I don't want to do that. I want the choice, absolutely. But on the other hand, I'm not saying every woman now needs to not have children. That's stupid. It's dumb. I understand that I've got a bit of a screw loose when it comes to maternal instincts and things like that. It's just not in me. Okay? So, the feminism caused that. The solution, bringing women in the workforce, failed them. We are at women. I think women, yes, I'm in agreement. Women should have the choice to be the choice. The choice, stay-at-home mom, work, combination. Cool, we're good.
You are also making an argument that if you are a woman who does run a business and does have employees, that they should be forced to pay them maternity leave.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Forced to pay their maternity leave. Okay, so hold on now. I don't remember where we're at.
Pressure that you're describing exists for women, and I'm saying that it exists for women because of the feminists that came before who argued for women to enter the workplace. So what you're saying is the
goddamn woman. But now, if the woman didn't argue to enter the workplace, I would be forced to have a child. And I would be all kinds of confused because of it.
solution didn't work, and it actually produced more problems. And now we have more problems, and we need more governance to be able to tackle these problems. So you're
any
like,
system that's forcing women to make certain decisions, I just wouldn't
it's
call
not
that
forcing
feminism
women
to
to
begin
make-
with.
it's not
Women should have the
forcing-
option to choose, do I want to be a stay-at-home mom?
That's a good thing. That's a good feminist. Don't force women. Anyone who's making women do anything is not a feminist. Good boy.
Do I want to work? Do I have some mix of both?
Right.
That's the entire point here.
But you are also making an argument that if you are a woman who does run a business and does have employees, that they should be forced to pay them maternity leave.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so under, let me
That's
tell
like saying taxes are forced. Yeah, there's certain things the government does to regulate our economy to ensure equality and
Taxes are great, guys. I love taxes.
justice and
Okay.
better outcomes.
Okay,
Yeah.
but just so you know, when you do that, like to a small business
every
owner,
other developed country does.
What you are arguing for is supporting big corporations and taking out the little guys because
I'm arguing for supporting people that want to be mothers and also work at the same
right,
time. The mechanism we do that with, it can be
but
subsidies,
you
taxes,
guys
like
can't.
Okay, cool. So he's in support of that. She's like, oh, well, small businesses can't pay maternity leave. Okay, small businesses. I'm just going to put that in small businesses, including those run by women, can't pay maternity leave like a corporate. And I don't know, man. A corporate would in theory pay that because it's by law, but they would find some other way to discourage it. The lengths of maternity and paternity leave vary, and they can be paid by the company if they do it, or the government, or a bit of both. You can take unpaid leave and retain your job for a year. I think that is wild. That retaining your job for a year. But I guess that's what happened with teachers all the time. With us, we would have that's what a sub teacher usually. Substitute teacher would before you would get the teachers having children, and then Mrs. So and so is going to be back next year because she had a baby, and that's like the most normal version of maternity leave, that your job is set. You don't have to worry about. I think that's fine, but at the same time, you can't expect to come back from your maternity leave as in and then become the principal as if you worked that whole year. You know, the person who stayed and worked the whole year, that person is ahead of you. That's not discrimination, that is just reality. So those policies that make it so that as if you're not allowed to, you've got to treat that year as if it was a working year, that blows my mind. But I think that in European countries, that's how they're doing it. I don't know about Australia. So a small business wouldn't pay it, they'd take the government option. So yeah, if your government is functional and doing that in South Africa, that would not be a thing. So yeah, small business. This is now what she's saying. This is her opinion about what it will think, and what you're saying, Groovy, is the opposite, that actually you would pay, the government would pay. Who's this? Who's this? Yarr! Hey! Are you coming in here to mock me? Shall I ban you again? Let you scream into the void?
And just keep this. You can't say that we can't have the economic.
Hey, I've got something to say to you. Hold on. Guys, everybody, pay attention. Drink water. Drink water. Okay. Just needed to help somebody out with that. Okay, the eggs I bought have more taxes than what Prince John in Robin Hood demanded from Nottingham. Ah. Okay, I haven't bought eggs in a while. I don't know if I want to now.
Can't get down to the economics of what it actually implies, right?
I have an economics degree, and I
Does water in coffee count? I think according to Molly, according to Experiment 64, I think he will say yes.
can tell you if there's a small business that can't afford to pay maternity leave,
Right.
the government might probably subsidize them and
There you go. There we go. He brought it up.
help
Green.
cover the costs, like
Where is the government getting money from? This is
tax
The government's getting money from taxes.
revenue. I mean,
right, exactly. So from
know,
us, just to be clear,
transfer
from us, and this is the thing that gets me about all of these debates.
Yeah.
The magic solution that everybody has is that, well, we just need to
It's
tax.
Tax the rich. Tax the rich.
not
the
magic.
government
Every
more.
other developed country has
Okay,
paid
but no,
maternity
but
leave.
it's not magic as in
Every developed country has maternity leave. Cool. I'm okay. Let's show the whole point we're talking about this. The whole point we're arguing about this is because we're supposed to say that this inconvenience that befalls women indicates that we're not in a matriarchy. So I would have enjoyed us spending more time on a different argument, because I feel like the spirit of Candace's argument is we really, the social power of women has increased. That there is the kind of believe all woman kind of idea.
like
guess
the
we should
money
go
is
to these
coming.
magical countries.
The money is coming from you. It's coming from us. So you're
She gets very conspiracy-ish as well. She went earlier with the CIA and all of that.
sitting
Yes,
here
that's how
saying,
taxes work.
Yes,
Yeah, like-
we should be raising taxes.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is the entire problem, is that the government is already taxing homes times two, and people are
Sure.
already struggling with what's being taken.
So she doesn't want homes. The government created feminism so that it could tax homes times two. Because remember that from the previous claim.
Out of
We're
their
not
taxes.
taxing capital gains properly or corporate profits properly
Sure, you
or
have
high
something
income
that
properly.
there's a reason that we should be taxing more here, there.
It's an
The point
efficiency
is that
problem.
the reason
Don't you guys
why
want like government
families
efficiency?
are having
Maybe bring in more revenue to
Okay.
help women be mothers? Like,
Yes, bring in more revenue so women be man. Give women free jobs. Give women free jobs. And what I mean by that is they don't do anything, but they're employed.
What I'm saying is that you are just creating a cyclical argument. You're basically saying that women want to be able to have it all. Women cannot have it all because the government.
choice to do what they'd like.
Okay, but you're saying women should have the choice to have it all. Okay, so you're
That's
saying.
Women should have the choice to have it all. They can try.
Really interesting way of putting like do you have it all right now where you're working and you're also a mother? Is that having it all?
No, I'm saying that it's not possible for women to have it all. It isn't
Okay,
possible.
what do you
and,
have?
and that's one of the,
Whatever that is what I would want other women to have as well, which is the flexibility
Right, so
to work a job and also raise kids if they'd like.
No, but
Yeah, but you okay, so if you want that flexibility, you know who would like that flexibility as well? To work a job and, I don't know, go fishing, work a job and, I don't know, play some games. You know who would like that? Men as well. They would really like that. That would be great. Hey, can my husband also just work half day because that's what we want? They put fluoride in the water to pacify and dumb us down. Excuse me. That is an unwarranted super chat. Okay, we don't even drink. Oh shit, they do. Sorry, because we get our water from companies and they put the fluoride in the water. Okay, well the point is, I drink a lot of water and therefore I'm dumb. Experiment 64 does not drink a lot of water, therefore he is smart. He's a smart boy. He's so smart that he gave money to me. They're making the freaking men gay. No. This guy is a feminist just to get laid. I don't think he gets laid. I think he really believes this.
But that's exactly, you guys keep arguing that what people want is more flexibility. So you're acknowledging that right now, with feminism on fire, we are agreeing. Women are going into
Feminism
the workforce.
on fire,
Like,
okay.
I'm just kind of using a hyperbolic expression. Like,
Oh my god. I don't think feminism is on fire. Cool, cool, cool.
Okay.
feminism is everywhere. We are arguing that women need to have more opportunities. Women need to have more rights. They've taken that. Now you have the majority of people that are graduating with college degrees are in fact women. Men are committing suicide at a higher rate than women. We're looking around the world.
Feminism also would push for like increased
Great,
awareness
fine.
of men's
We don't
mental
need
health.
to-
So like that's
Everybody matters.
That's fine. Great. You love feminism. That's great. We already know that.
Yeah.
We get
We're good. We get you. We get you, honey. Cool.
most Americans agree with me, by the way. that,
Actually-
like,
Oh my gosh, the flared nostrils. He is proper. He is frothy as well against her.
women should have paid maternity
I think
leave.
culture
If you go
is
issue by
changing.
issue and by values, they might not associate with the term feminism because people like
can't
you have made
major-
it.
People like you. People like you. What do you mean people like me? What do you mean by that? You shit. Okay, we're still on the same. We're on the same thing. I'm so glad we're not doing a dialogue level diagram here because this is just all useless. So what we're talking about, we're still talking about. Okay, wanting taxes to help people, and taxes to make women have access. I will put here something that women shouldn't have the choice to have it all. And I don't think she means it in that it must be absolutely restricted. I don't know. I think she would probably say they shouldn't be. I think it would be better to word it as they shouldn't be encouraged to think that they can have it all. To think that they must have it all. They must have a career as flighty and heighty as the child-free woman, and they must have a child that is happy as the psychologist child, the stay-at-home mom child, the one that is mollycoddled. You know, that they need to have it all. I think this is a bad way to put it, but of course she is playing the villain to get people angry as well. Candace is doing that. That's her part of her brand.
Toxic,
can't-
but the actual
the next
values
thing
that
is that
You're so toxic. Let's just talk at each other. This is great.
Good feminism
you will move
are
the
extremely
goalposts,
popular.
and then when they begin taxing so that we can account for paid maternity leave for 3 months, which basically means a small business owner has to not have an employee while having to pay months and months and months. Like,
We've already discussed that the government is supposed to subsidize that, but she already has a problem with government subsidy. So I'm just going to put government subsidizing subsidy will help with that. Taxation is useful in that way. And then for her over here, she's like, well, no, that shouldn't. It's already too many taxes. Basically, already too many taxes. Feminism cause taxation on households to double. Okay, the same with every developed country. Every developed country has taxation that's going to do that? Or what? What do you mean the same? Isn't it crazy that fluorine is the shit in Teflon and it's like killing everyone on Earth, but fluoride is like fine and we should drink it? Chemistry is wild. Candace responded to this on her show. She wasn't impressed. She wasn't impressed with somebody saying we need more taxes.
the person's not there. They're not actually.
Small business doesn't have the revenue to cover paid maternity leave. The government would probably subsidize them to make up the cost.
No,
Government, daddy government gonna help me.
I actually think that the way things were made more sense, where we had an environment where you could afford to take care of children with just one.
Yeah, go back to that. But Candace, we can't. Okay, so, but happy for you to talk about this, but we can't do that now. So what do we do?
Person
So you
bringing
would-
in income in the house.
Is that possible in the current environment?
You can obviously.
When things are going to get way more expensive with these tariffs as well? Like, it's not going to be easy to
Yeah, your man's tariffs are gonna fuck us up. What do you got to say about that?
To afford anything in the coming years.
Is it going to happen?
She wasn't impressed with the quality of arguments. Yeah, I don't think this has been the greatest bunch. We had good arguments on the previous one with Jordan Peterson.
Overnight? No, but I think we need to
It's just the subject matter, I suppose. When you're gonna be going through feminism, it's just
be realistic about the fact that the first thing didn't work, right? The entire
What is the first
argument,
thing?
the first
paying attention, boy. The first thing is bringing women into the workforce.
thing was women entering the workforce is going to make everybody happier and richer. That was
Hey, Candace, I got it right. Give me points.
but
The
that
idea
was
is that women
was
having the
plan.
choice to enter the workforce is better than them being forced to not do that.
Okay.
That's the argument.
Okay, that actually is not the argument at all.
Force them to have it's the Handmaid's Tale, guys. I'm ready for the Handmaid's Tale. Let's go. There we go. Let's do this.
The argument was that women would become, and I'm talking about what the feminists got ahead of, and
You
this
can
is why
debate
women
like
women
this
need to be
imaginary
like
Twitter
men.
feminist, but like
It's
right now you're
not-
talking to me, and
it's
that's
not-
Oh my god, and I'm the best feminist.
not the argument.
I'm
that
not
making.
actually debating an imaginary Twitter feminist. I'm speaking to you, and I have no
Right.
idea why you're becoming increasingly more rude when I.
Yeah, you're becoming increasingly more rude because you think you're winning, and it's great when we're being a bitch. Because the thing is, though, that they are having in a jubilee like this, people. This is a fantasy for people to be able to confront their demon, who is Candace Owens. We are able to talk directly to Candace Owens. We get to insult her to her face, finally. We don't just get to be in her comments. We don't get to just retweet her or stitch or whatever on TikTok. No, we get her in front of us. So of course we're going to be rude, and we're not going to use this time to actually get wins on her intellectually.
I'm just rebutting your
Because
points that
you're,
you're
no, you're
bringing
not
up.
responding to my point.
I
That's
am
the issue.
responding to your point. I'm saying that you're creating a cyclical argument where you keep saying that the thing that you just did, that you said was going to be enough. What we
Right.
actually need is for women to just enter the workforce. Oh, women are in the workforce, and
That's
actually
not
we have,
enough. I'm saying we don't have enough
Okay,
because we don't
and
have
I'm
paid
telling you
maternity
that you're also not going to have enough because you're going to then be complaining when you get that paid maternity leave.
I'm not
because
gonna
you're,
get maternity
you're,
leave.
Oh my god, that debate brain motherfucker. I'm not going to get maternity leave. Shut up. We know this. Think about it.
okay, well, they are arguing for family paid leave, so
That's even better, yeah.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so I'm not going to get... You know what? Actually, if I do get it, that's a good thing. Okay, leftist.
okay, so
love that.
you might get.
Do you think
might get
fathers should also be
maternity
around to help raise children?
leave. I think
years?
who's going to work if everybody goes home every time.
I think who's going to work if everybody goes... Who's going to work? You know who's going to work? People who don't have children.
A child is
Not
born.
everyone's gonna have a kid at the same time.
Pause.
Not everyone's going to have a kid at the same time. Okay, so it's fine. We'll all coordinate our breeding. Breeding coordination. I will be the Minister of Breeding Coordination. You guys will not impregnate during this month. You guys will. Everybody coordinate the breeding of the humans, please. AI finna work. Yeah, let's put the AI in.
Pause. All right. Everyone will have a male partner.
Why are we clapping? But I guess that's what we have to do. Yeah.
Is that talking to you?
Nice talking to you as well.
Nice talking to you. Humans are so fucking shit. Like, I fucking hated talking to you. Thank you, bye. That's so funny.
My next claim is
Okay, so that's claim that, ladies and gentlemen, that's claim 3. That was not fun. That sounds so dystopian. Wait for it. He should get a maternity leave. He's a whammon after all. No, but that's why he was very upset, and he had to make sure that everybody knew that he's not going to get maternity leave. Okay, so review of him. Again, also, like, maybe he's also a 4 out of 10, and I think 4 is the lowest I'm going to get, because 4, if we have to go below 4, somebody has to come in there with absolutely no relating propositions against the claim or for the claim. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that would get us below 4 for a rating. Okay, so what have the arguments been for claim what? So claim 3. Here we go. Claim 3 is we live under a matriarchy, not a patriarchy. Again, insert comment I usually make about Jubilee and the generalization of claims. Silly stuff. The spirit of the claim is what I would be thinking about, if I'm going to be generous enough to Candace Owens about it, that we are in a gynocentric society. That's what we're at, okay? Where it's women actually have social power, and we are very concerned with uplifting women and leaving men behind, okay? Putting men down, lifting women up. That's the difference. But this is very easy to argue if you go into a solid definition of matriarchy versus patriarchy. Patriarchy is supposed to be that, okay, well, the men are in positions of power. There we go, in the positions of power. I suppose what Candace would argue is that, yes, the men might be in the positions of power, which she finds natural, because men are just more inclined to leadership. She finds that okay, but even though the men are in power, they are influenced socially by the feminism, in order to enact the matriarchy. So matriarchal norms. That's what they're trying to do. That's her view. It's just an incendiary claim to help us get angry as feminists, right? Then we, of course, that was immediately exposed by Princella, the Queen Maker, because she brought the definition and said men are in power. We never actually really got into the nitty-gritty of Candace's claim, where she's saying that women have a certain kind of power in society. So we had the preacher lady over here that's basically telling us that women, what we got here was women are, bitches are dumb, okay, is what we got, because they vote against their own interests. So even though women have the right to vote, they vote against their own interests because they're dumb. And also white women, they vote racistly, and that's why a man would win. Also, yeah, we have most voters are just illiterate, and the man keeps the government stupid. The government keeps the populace stupid, so that women are not voted in, so that women don't vote for their own their best interests, because yeah, bitches are dumb. Apparently, this is Princella. Another thing is, yes, bitches are dumb, bitches are white. And bitches are in the wrong class, because the class differences as well means that men are in power still. Okay, Evan, forgettable. What did Evan? Oh, is Evan the Evan also tried to go with the definition of male's own position of power. This was pretty funny. That was a great one. If we're talking about entertainment, 10 out of 10. You're arguing that patriarchy is natural. Bruh, there is nothing more natural. Okay? Wow. Yes, this is how society evolved. But okay, that was his argument, that basically the social pressure, all of that stuff, means that we actually don't need to to live in the patriarchy. We can pick and choose socially engineering. We can from the top change down to the bottom, because there is actually no gender difference. We got that classical bit. What else did we get? Just the normal argument again of just, yes, we've got males in power. Okay, cool, that makes sense. Paris, lovely one. Paris was like, well, if we're in a matriarchy, why are only 7% of rapes resulting in prison? Because if we were in a matriarchy, all of the men would be in prison for rape, right? Then Candace brings in, well, many men are prosecuted and are in jail for everything, mostly, and also brought up in chat, not that it was brought up in the discussion. We had also women get lower penalties than men, so there's that. But okay, and she did agree. Candace, to her credit, did agree that that's a shocking statistic that we have 7%, but that does not change her claim. So, which I agree, it doesn't change her claim in terms of it in no way, shape, or form is rape legal, okay, in the US. Just don't do it, okay? Then Adam, we just started talking about economics. We'd had the theme of women deserve choice. That was part of the whole thing. But yeah, we focused on abortion and we focused on maternity leave as reasons that we're not in a matriarchy, which would go, yes, if we go definitionally, you could say, hey, look, if women are so powerful, why aren't they getting what they want? So Candace over here is saying that's not what they should want in the first place. So, much of a muchness. Claim 3 has given us probably the worst arguments, I would say. So, yeah, this was not a fun one. It delivered as much as I expected it to, because I thought this one was the jankiest of the claims. Okay, claim 4, feminism has made things easier for men. Interesting. This is interesting. Feminism being easier for men, making things easier for men, would be something that a feminist is upset about. Feminism, maybe this will expose people saying, hey, we want to make things more difficult for men. That's what I'm expecting to get from the feminists, that no, we're trying to make things more difficult for men. It hasn't made things easier for men. Or we'll also have, if we're talking about other kinds of arguments that we could have for this claim, or to make this claim okay. Yes, I want things to be good, better for everyone. It's made things easier for women, which means it's easier for men. I want things to be easier for everybody. Kumbaya. That's basically what we're going to do. What happened to that? What happened to the music? Sorry, guys. Don't know why. It's on repeat. I don't know what happened. I turned it off, I think. Anyway, let's get back to it. Bitches hate other bitches, got shit to do with education. That's why so many men are single, because they made it so easy. Okay. Yeah, that's why men are offing themselves, because shit is easy. Okay, so that's the argument here. Let's I don't know if I've got claim 4 already, so I might just have to quickly do that with you guys listening to background music or something. Just hold up. Where is it? Stream. I can sing. Stream downloads. Debate asset videos. No, I don't have claim 4. So I'm going to nothing has been getting easier. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Nothing has been getting easier. Except dying. If things crash, guys, please stay in chat and put scuffs in chat and whatever, because I am opening my video editing software. So just hold up. We're going to claim 4. Come on, Da Vinci Resolve. Alright, let's go to claim 4. Oh, have I? No, I haven't added claim 4. Fuck's sake. We're good. This is just me talking to you the whole time. What's the timeline? Let's go. Copy paste. Master video. Claim 4 discussion. So we've got claim 5 discussion. I mean claim 3 discussion. Claim 4 discussion here. Please work Control V. Yes. Okay. And let's get claim 4 imported here. Yeah. Because we need our mask. Do you guys want to see what I'm doing? Look, I'm a pro. I'm an absolute pro video editor. Fuck's sake. Do. Oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. And we are going to change this to composites there, add, and 50. Okay, and also for our lovely audio, just so you guys know what I do, we have pitch, and we change that pitch. You guys don't see this, but I'm changing it to 3, and I think that's it. You see? Okay, sweet. Let us render it. Let's see if my computer can deal with that rendering. Render it, bitch. Plane. Okay. Go. DaVinci Resolve, boys. Oh, and the fan's going, and my computer's gonna go. It's 4 minutes? Oh no, it's not. They're just going through the 5 minutes. Resolve rules. You use it as well, game? I'm not calling you. I'm calling you by your first name. We're at 43%, 45%, 47, 48, 50, 51, 52, 54, 55, 56, 58, 59, 61. Yes. Listen, I'm gonna call you by the name that you have asked me to call you. It's like respecting your pronouns. Claim for. Okay, can we come up with some arguments for Candace about it being easier for men? It's been easier with regard to sex. This was the first reaction that people gave when I said this claim, is that it's probably easier with regard to sex. Maybe somebody will bring in transgenderism. I don't know. What do you think? Just keep calling me gay when I change it back and never explain it. Cool. Okay, there we go. We're done. Get her done! There's no going back, Rex. Yeah, exactly. You like it too much. I want this, not a tab. Video file. Claim for Candace. Let's go.
Is that feminism has made things easier for men. Hi. Hi. I'm Jenny. Candace.
Jenny from the block. Jenny, what's your argument, girl? Love your hair.
Nice to meet you. You said that feminism is easier for men, or is... It's made things, I think, easier in society for men, yeah. Now men don't have to commit, and they're being...
Oh, yeah, okay, so it's kind of like, that's related to the sex easier thing. Men don't have to commit. So Jenny, she's just asking her to explain out. That's what I want people to do. If you are the first, guys, if you are on Jubilee, please, somebody try and get to the chair first, so that you can let the opponent person get their argument out. You will then help everybody afterwards, because they will be able to attack the argument that is brought out. That's what I would want to do, but I guess you want to be the one that gets the gotcha. But then there's me. If I was in Surrounded, I would be trying to say, hi, so what is your argument? I'd just like to understand your argument. Lots of people do that. I'm not saying I would be special, but I would like them to be the first ones. Always, because it will help everybody else write their notes and be like, she says this. Oh, here's my counter argument. But not many people, just because of this cheat seat running musical chairs bit that everybody has to do. That's not how it goes. It's just, I want to get on here, especially if we're frothy hating the person that is in the hot seat. We just want to get up there so that we can insult her like that other chick over there did. Jenny seems okay right now. But yes, men don't have to commit. Okay, what else?
offered sex from women for free, so they have to actually effectively
Sex for free. The sex is for free thing is a bit too extreme. It's more like it's sex without commitment, but she means for free as in the ultimate price is commitment. So sex is free. Sex for free from women. Okay, cool. OnlyFans costs money though.
do less.
You don't even get sex from women in OnlyFans.
And be motivated less, because feminism has kind of insisted on this culture of sex and hooking up, and I think that has been a net negative for women.
On good faith, I just want to say I think you're approaching this with like the best interest for women. Like you think that is negative
Good
for women.
girl. So in good faith, Jenny's actually saying, I understand that you actually care about women. Nicely done. Good faith, you're approaching us with women's best interest at heart, but you're misguided, bitch. Best interest at heart. I like that she takes the time to say that, Jenny. Good girl. But don't ruin it for me now, Jenny. Don't ruin it now. What is just get into the argument, don't be ugly. Okay, go.
And harmful, and I think in some aspects we can agree to that. I do think that there are some aspects of sex work or OnlyFans or whatnot that maybe men are definitely the huge consumers of. But if we are so concerned with women putting that out for free, it's charged, right? They're making money.
Lol, lol, lol. Okay, that was one of the first things that people said. Hey, OnlyFans is not free. Yes, it's not free, but there is no commitment. There is nothing else. It is just sex, and I think that is her problem. Okay. What's the goal of winning this shit? They go home and flick the bean and remember their victory. Yes, and they put shorts up and they get clipped. And they become activists. They can be an activist. They're the person that took down Candace Owens, that bitch.
Money off of it, then why are we not putting the onus more on men for being the one that is in control of that demand?
Okay, so yeah, she's criticizing women for giving this. I think I don't think Candace is going to be completely against that. She's criticizing men for consuming this, but Candace is saying women have convinced themselves because of feminism that sex for free is a good thing. So OnlyFans is not free. We also should put the onus on men for consuming so much of sex work. I gotta emerge from the lurking to say my standard line of OnlyFans is not sex work. Okay, is not sex work. What is it though? It's sexy work. But yeah, it's not sex. It's selling sex in some manner. But I agree in terms of sex work, it's not prostitution, but it is selling your body. And sure, the men are not getting sex, but you are. That makes it even worse. You're just getting some sort of temporary satisfaction.
Right, so we can take away the
It's pornography. Oh, okay.
supply or, condemn it all we want. But if there's no onus on men to be the consumers of said products, then
I'm pretty sure that Candace is going to criticize men too. Do you think Candace is there thinking, oh no, she better not be, oh, men are more interested and men do need to consume porn. I don't think that's what she's on, right? I knew a friend that used OnlyFans to post art, but she stopped because the site became mostly known for smuttiness. Yep. I'm sure that it started off, I remember Alonzo Larone had OnlyFans. And I don't know if it's sexy stuff.
Wouldn't you think?
It's customized pornography. Yeah, that's what it is. It's cameos.
that would solve the issue that you're bringing up.
Yeah, I actually agree with you on that. And I really get to that. I want to be very clear. When I say that I'm anti-feminist, this does not mean that I do not also criticize men. I think that's something.
Yeah, I think that's great. Jenny, it is Jenny. She chooses Jenny because this is the best conversation. Woo! This is Jenny. I myself said, look out for Jenny, and then I didn't even realize when she entered. Whoopsie. Okay, so anyway, good. So she's like, yeah, agree with you. Agrees. Being anti-feminist doesn't mean I don't criticize men. Very good, very reasonable. I can see why this is who she chooses to talk to.
That people get very wrong.
Okay.
1000% agree. I believe the problem was seeded by the feminist movement. I think the sex revolution and telling women.
Opus Clip. Guys, do you guys use Opus Clip? Get Opus Clip and get social medias customized or something like that.
I mean, literally, when these people were protesting, they didn't have their shirts on, and this used to be just, your grandparents couldn't even imagine this, like women walking down the street and having their boobs out and their butts out on Instagram. And it created an environment where men then had to work harder for a woman's affection, for a woman to take her clothes off, sex education.
Women had to work harder for a woman to take their clothes. Men had to work harder. Men do not have to work harder for women to take their clothes off. Yeah, this is true. I guess I took my blanket off, so you mean nobody even paid for that? Good lord. I actually know what? No, Experiment 67 or 60. What he played.
In the classroom, there's this huge myth that people were just doing it, like, we might as well teach them because the children are just doing it. Actually, before they introduced sex education, the majority of high school graduates were graduating with their virginity intact. And
okay, so people will. Okay, which she goes into sex education. The concept of they'll do it anyway. Let's teach them. My sex education was, yes, they taught us about it, but the way that they taught it to us was to scare the living daylights out of us about sex. It was as if our sex education was not, oh, sex is beautiful and whatever, and then we're done. No, it's beautiful, but it's not for you. You're in high school. Okay, that's what it is. It's not for you. You're in school. It's not for you. And yeah, the Catholicness of it all is just like, don't give yourself away that early.
Then within 10 years of sex education, we saw a reversal. So I'm saying feminism actually seeded the problem, and now the problem.
According to the CDC's Youth Risk Behavior Survey, in 1991, 54% of high schoolers reportedly having sexual intercourse. That number decreased to 30% by 2021. Where are we in 2021? Okay, so apparently the high schoolers are having less sex. Extra doubt. But okay, CDC, whatever you want.
Problem is bad, and it's also bad for men. It's harmful for men to be constantly exposed to pornography and soft pornography, and I think it actually, in many ways, emasculates men.
Okay.
But
pornography emasculates men. Do you feel emasculated by porn?
Would say they are the main social benefactors of that culture because, well, first and foremost, as we're talking about women who have to kind of pick one or the other or try to manage both. And
yeah, kids are losers now. They don't drink or have sex. It's crazy. They play Roblox.
Can we have it all? Like, no, you can't have it all. On a day where I really feel like I gave a little bit more to my career, I ache because I go, okay, but like now I feel like I didn't give the same amount to my children. And it's a constant push and pull, and it never feels enough.
Okay, so she's just saying that the struggle of having a career and children, she's admitting it herself. There is struggle when having children. I would say, Candace, this is just in terms of the way I see human behavior. If you are just a stay-at-home mother, you are still going to have the I'm not a good enough mother idea. You are going to say, today, I didn't give enough to my children. I feel like that happens with everyone, no matter what the format of their life is. And I say everyone as in mothers that are concerned in that way. Obviously, the I don't give a shit about my kids, mothers, they're not really gonna do that. But I'm saying just in general, a mother who wants to be a good mother is definitely going to go through that. I'm not good enough. I did not give. They're going to ache if they're a stay-at-home mom or if they're not. They're going to find some reason to say, I didn't give enough to my children today. So again, I guess what you could say is you just have more opportunity to ache that way if you are if you have a career. I suppose that I can understand. And a career, often there will be pain in giving more to the career than the children. Okay.
Really doesn't feel enough.
So, like, to a degree, I think that feminism does benefit men. I think that it allows men to be more emotionally intelligent.
There you go. I knew this argument was coming. Feminism does benefit men. More emotional intelligence. They're allowed to be. Yeah, them emotionally intelligent men's. Those feminist men are the ones that you wanna tie down.
Allows them to understand
Marry that man.
what that looks like and also be able to connect with other people, right? But
I ache when I have to leave my cats. Honestly, if we go, literally, if we go to like out for dinner or something, I hate leaving my cats. It upsets me immensely. And my poor husband has to be emotionally intelligent enough to say, you're coming back to them. Just stop it. Like, I'll go in the lift and I'll be like, Daisy, whatever. Like, he has to deal with this shit.
that feminism does benefit men. I think that it allows men to be more emotionally intelligent, allows them to understand what that looks like, and also be able to connect with other people, right? But at the same time, there's so much work that feminism has done for women that to say that it benefits men more, I don't think is an accurate statement.
I don't think she said it benefits men more. But maybe that is what she's saying. I don't know. She's just going to say it also does benefit men, doesn't benefit men more, though, than women. I think that's good. That's a consistent way to think. I want her to say this.
For example, Title IX has made it very possible for women to go to college, 600% more so, right? And I think that that is a huge benefit that we can credit to the feminist movement.
Okay, so women going to college is the feminist movement, and yes, Candace will agree. She doesn't want women to only seek college. That's the problem. She's not going to dispute that.
Oh, I understand your point, though, of trying to say that, like, sex work is harmful for women and more beneficial for men because they're benefiting from it the most. But at the same time, if you think they're also...
It doesn't even have to be sex work. I don't think it has to be about sex work. I have 4 cats that make more sense than people. Groovy. You better be subscribed, Groovy. Okay? Cat people have to subscribe. I decided. All these chicks are going to be old single cat ladies. No offense, Kitty. Hey, I'm not a single cat lady. I'm a weird cat lady. Dude, speak to my husband, man. Are you telling me that I'm gonna... my husband's gonna leave me because I like my cats? Is he gonna find out who I am after all these years and realize that no, actually he wants to have children? Because that will be a thing. If he does, we have to split up. Because I'm not having one. Yeah, they're gonna be old single cat ladies. Stop with the sex work. Call it what it is. Okay, hoorin'. Okay, cool. I will call it hoorin'. So listen, It doesn't have to be Hurin. He wants the cats. He does want the cats. Actually, no, if we do get divorced, apparently I get the cats because, you know, he's just not going to take care of them the way I do. But he will have more heartbreak losing the cats than losing me, definitely. Okay, anyway, what we're talking about is Candace's life, not mine. Hurin, kidding. So yes, I don't think Candace is only talking about the Hurin woman. I think she's talking about just the accessibility to sex, the promiscuity, the increased promiscuity of women, the encouragement of, yes, queen, just play the field and all of that. Why can't we have it as neutral, that you fine, do it, do that if you want to do it, but don't encourage it. Don't do that. Don't push women into this. I honestly feel like that woman that did the first one that did that OnlyFans record, I feel like she is not built for that. Okay, she said it's not for everyone, it's not for all women. The one that slept with 100 men, she said it's not. And the way that she was broken after that to me, it shows we're just not made the same woman. It's not good for us. So don't think that you can be like a man sexually. Just don't. There are some proper whores that really don't care, but I think that you can mislead a woman like that into doing this whoring, and they are permanently damaged, and then they cannot say so, because that's them gonna be admitting that I'm wrong, kind of thing. I pull up on the corner, I ask for a feminist. They're off, yeah, you know what, that's it. You pull up on the corner, you look for a blue-haired feminist, right?
Suffering from it, does that not contradict your point?
Yeah, so I disagree on the fact that, and we do agree that more women are going to college, more women than
Yeah, women are paying off their college with OnlyFans. Feminism!
men are graduating with college degrees, and despite that, people are saying that we still live under a patriarchy. Women are free to start their own companies. Women are free to pay women whatever they want to.
No! Really? Women can start their own stuff? Oh, fuck. Guys, get on that. Master, Dildo, Wade, what are you doing? What are you doing? How are you letting this happen? You guys are sex traitors.
Pay. Women could hire, and in some cases do hire all women. And so I don't really understand, which wasn't your argument to be fair, the idea that even with all of that freedom, women are still not able to achieve what men are able to achieve. I think college education actually has increased women's stress, and I'm talking.
Ooh, college education increases women's stress. Okay, keep them dumb. Keep the bitches dumb. is Candace's argument, guys. Keep bitches dumb, because they stressed out. When you make bitches smart, they get stressed out. Okay. Feminism does benefit men, so we're gonna go. I guess we're talking a bit more about the harm of feminism towards women. College education for women has increased their stress. Yeah, because you're expected to have it all. I understand that. But I am okay with women going to college. I hope that she's not trying to say that they mustn't. I think she's just trying to say we can't sell them the lie. They must be informed that, listen, think about the fact that you want children, and it is okay to think about that. Don't put it off and put it off and put it off and then wake up and say, I want children. Don't do that. It seems like a lot of women just put it off. Like, it's not the same as deciding not to have children. It's the same thing as them going, oh, well, I'll do it later, that I'm very much interested in my career. Bitches be dumb if they ain't going to college, let's be for real. Well, you don't get smart in college. You do well in college if you're smart. It's not like you go to college and get smarter. You should be. You learn, yes, of course. But if your IQ is 80 in school, it's not going to suddenly increase and you're going to be a genius when you get to varsity.
talking about in terms of how expensive it is. And I know you're gonna then say, well, the solution to that is we have to then move the goalpost. And I'm guessing
Well,
here.
no, I mean-
but like,
Yeah, she's guessing here. She knows the argument is going to be, okay, fine, well, we need to give free education to the women.
college should be free. Everything should be free. He thinks.
Well, I think
we just need more free stuff, and obviously nothing's free. We're just going to tax us.
If I could interject,
100%.
I just
yeah,
want
you
to say,
can.
I think the issue that we keep coming back to is that you believe that women would be happiest in the home where they don't have to work.
Yes, well done. That is exactly. Let's understand Candace's argument, and go Jenny for doing that. Yes, I think we're coming back to the idea that your thing is women will be happier in the home. Your claim, your idea is that women will be happier in the home. Okay, they are the homemakers. Okay. Then there's women that are just full of shit like me, that are just never gonna be happy. They're just full of shit.
And I think most people in general probably wouldn't want to work anyways. But
Yes, good girl. Most people don't want to work. If we could all not work, we would probably choose that. Okay, men would just be, I don't know, grilling. That's what they would do with their days. Yeah, I think we need to acknowledge that most people would be very happy with not having to work.
I think the main issue that we keep avoiding is that this is not an issue created by feminism. This is an issue created by capitalism.
Ooh, it's capitalism who's the fault. So this isn't, this women be happy in the home. The problem is actually not feminism. The problem is how it wasn't created by feminism, but capitalism. So if we were all commies, we would all be happy. I don't know, I'm just making the assumption that that's her argument.
Yeah, so I've heard this argument that it's an issue created by capitalism.
But you don't agree. You think feminism is the greater issue than the
I
system
think that now the
has to spend more money to live.
Well, we have to.
The system made us spend more money to live. So what she is saying, the thing is, she's already said that feminism has exacerbated the capitalism by putting women in the workplace.
Is the greater issue than the
I
system
think that now
has
the
to spend more
issues-
money to live.
Well, we have to spend more money to live. Right. I think in large part because feminists got duped by the government, and I think we just keep further enslaving ourselves to the government. I'm not a person who.
Libertarian gal, Candace. So feminism but capitalism. We got duped by the government and that had economic consequences. It's all them government's fault because they funded things.
Who believes in big government, and yet you find that feminists are constantly like, well, we can deal with the college issue, we just need more government. We can deal with the, needing to have more benefits, we just need more government. So it's like, okay, let's just tax every household 100%. And I'm trying to prevent that. And I'm saying that there was a time in America, and what's aspirational for me is I was, raised in part by my grandparents. They were very happy. They were just, I lived in that environment.
Okay, they were happy, so tax is bad, we understand, so government control, government will not be the solution. So I like that she gets to, I also want to know, what do you want? That we're finally getting to that, the whole, what she wants, is what she aspires to.
Of what that looked like. And I think for many of people who didn't grow up there, feminism has taught us, and I say this as someone who had to take feminism 101 courses when I was in college, that it was like this nightmare, and people weren't happy, and people were suffering, and women were
suffering.
People, were being forced, and that there weren't actually
people were suffering. No, she just ignores it.
These things that marriages that worked, that the women actually weren't disempowered by being the CEOs of their household.
Well, allowing women to have.
Okay, aspires to era in which women were CEOs of their households and were happy. Okay, they were happy marriages apparently, and that's what she aspires to. I don't think that will suddenly fix society, honey. I really don't think so, because humans be humaning.
Have more choice and freedom
All right,
and
pause.
agency to leave.
Sorry, you've been voted
Oh, well, don't worry, Jenny. You'll come back.
out by the majority.
I did enjoy this conversation.
When do we get to the mud wrestling segment? Wow. That's behind the paywall, of course, Master.
Being very respectful.
I was thinking that a lot of your claims are
Audrey. Okay, Audrey. A lot of your claims, yes, a lot of your claims are very general. Yes, absolutely. Welcome to Jubilee Surrounded. Audrey. Is she gonna try and get a gotcha on her, or is she gonna be reasonable, chat? What is it going to be?
very contradictory, saying that we live
Oh, okay. Your claims are contradictory. We live in a matriarchy, not a patriarchy, but then it makes things easier for men. Okay.
in a matriarchy, that men benefit from feminism more. I would like to understand why, again, you think that men benefit from feminism more.
Okay, so she's like, she brought up the contradiction and then left it there. Okay. Contradictory claims. We're in a matriarchy, but men have it easier. Okay, and then asking why. Tell me. Where are these people from? Are they from colleges or general public? They have a casting call for these things. There are people that have social media presences, and then there's also people that just don't have social media presences, but they've basically auditioned for being here. And apparently, the way that they do it, Groovy, is when they are casting, they ask you about your what's the name, your opinion, how you would argue. They give you certain claims to see how you do in conversation. So there is a kind of auditioning thing. In my opinion, the average human needs a psychological and spiritual reallocation to really start fixing society. And by reallocation, I mean healing the depression, anxiety, trauma, etc. Also feeling that sense of universal connection again, whether it be through religion, spirituality, community, family. So there has to be a reallocate, like getting back to being less divided and in less pain. Are you a moron? Come on our show. No, they don't. There are some really smart ones. I think it just depends on the topic. Yeah. So be less divided, because it really is. If everything does really feel, maybe it's always been this way, but I feel like there has just been more division, more connection, less pain. Yeah. Or even if you're connecting. The thing is though, pain is also a currency in this climate, in this political climate. If you are in the most pain, you deserve the most. If you are the most oppressed, you deserve the most. So pain is not even just a human condition anymore. It's a currency, and it's a currency in the conflict between everybody. It's just like, I deserve this. I deserve this. I deserve more because I'm in more pain than you. I've suffered more pain. The only reason anybody should have any sort of happiness in life is if they have suffered enough for it. If you haven't suffered for your happiness, then you are not entitled to it. You are full of entitlement yourself, and you are wrong and you are evil. So all of that is going on in online discourse, at least. I don't know what they do out in the real world when they talk, but when it comes to actually office politics, all of those sort of things, it's kind of like, who is the most oppressed? Who is the weakest? We need to make sure that they get the most, and anybody who is aggressive, anybody who is competent is too over the top, is does not deserve to be there. It's so strange. So essentially when COVID happened, it's onlineified many of our minds at such a catalytic rate that our human minds couldn't adapt, and so we're still dealing with the consequences with it. I agree. I think it onlineified a lot of people. I think there were people that were onlineified already, but it brought on a lot more. It brought a lot more people online. And they hadn't grown up with it in the way that I suppose other online people have. I like that too. Suffering for me at least created a sense of kindness that I spread through the world, and also a daily sense of gratefulness that I never had before. That's what you're supposed to do. I think that's the best thing that you can do with pain, is let it humble you and let it make you empathetic. But people have kind of like weaponized this empathy in a way that it's like, well, I have more things for you to empathize with, therefore I am more valuable than you. My pain, look at all my pain, it's so much bigger than yours, and you have no empathy if you don't value me more than yourself. If you don't value me more because of my pain, then you're not empathetic. Are you familiar with Buddhism? Because a lot of it is connected with this conversation. I'm not very familiar with it, honestly. I've got a normie's take of Buddhism. I just want to thank you for interacting with me. Well, thank you for interacting with me, Lemons. Guys, Lemons is an OG. That's why he's communicating with us over Twitch. That's where I used to stream exclusively. People with actual suffering that have gone through actual shit don't seem to do that. Don't seem to make people I think that might have been true previously, that people with actual suffering. I do believe now that people with actual suffering, they are still vulnerable to actually be to being convinced that makes them more valuable than someone else, that they interpret their pain. But I think you are right in the sense that people magnify their own suffering into real suffering, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know where I sit with that. I feel like there are people that still have real struggles, but they interpret them through this toxic lens. I'm here because I recently lost my job and my partner of 12 years left me. All I have is my cats and YouTube. Oh, heart goes out to you, Groovy. You know what? You have your cats, love your cats. Partner of 12 years, that would rip me into pieces. But you're here. You're still here. That's good. Okay, yeah, YouTube, fine. Make sure that you are not feeding. Look, this is pretty bad stuff. It can get toxic, but watch cat videos. Treat yourself. I'm serious. Master, she's reading subtext. Could be top chat, live chat. What's wrong? Oh, it's Twitch. Master, it's Twitch. This is the if I go into Restream, which is more flippin' expensive, for more what do you call it? For more platforms. If I use Restream, you guys will be able to see each other's chats. People who actually suffered don't want to make people feel the pain that they felt. I think there are people that have that actually suffered. They do feel that way. Their suffering has it just a certain kind of person. Their suffering will turn them into that. Suffer don't want to make people feel the pain that they felt. I think anyone who claims to have suffered and still creates more suffering in the world hasn't really suffered and just feels almost entitled to the suffering. So let's go through that again. People who actually suffered don't want to make people feel the pain that they felt. Not all the time, but I can see this being, there are people that interpret suffering that way. I think anyone who claims to have suffered and still creates more suffering in the world, so for those people that I'm talking about, haven't really suffered and just feel entitled to it. I don't know. They feel entitled to the suffering of others. They feel entitled to making suffering suffer. It's losing its meaning. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's the Batman Joker analogy. Both had bad pasts and one became a hero and another a villain. Yeah. quick, let me set a clear place for us to sit down. Okay, anyway. Entitled to the benefits of suffering. Oh, they're entitled to that. They're just it. He who says he knows doesn't know. He who knows he doesn't know knows. I obviously butchered that. It's about blame. When you release blame, you can overcome the suffering. Okay. Yeah, if you go fake victimhood, I don't know, it depends on what you do with this. I think that everybody has suffering. It really does just depend on what you do with it. Never say never.
Basically.
So, getting back into, for multi-streaming, you should check out the ATM OBS extension. Let's write that. AITM. Thank you. OBS. Because streaming through OBS would be a lot more helpful. The only thing I would miss about streaming through OBS is not being able to show chat messages on screen. That's the only thing. Obviously, you can put your chat streaming there. You use stream elements or whatever to put your chat there, and that's it. But I like. Oh, you still can? Oh, nice! Because I really like doing that because that's what my streams are about as well. It's just very much about interaction with. I like to have that person up when I'm talking to them. So that makes me very happy to know. All right, guys. We have 50 minutes left. Let's see how we do this. I don't think I'll do claim 5. Oh, let's see. Yeah, claim 5. No, we're doing Slop Fridays. So that's it. She is a lovely girl, and therefore she's a lovely girl.
Because men don't have to commit to women. Men are still able to do what they're doing, and they are allowed to basically step away from all of the responsibilities of what it really meant to be a man and lead a household. And that's in.
I think so. I need to do some research. There is a way you can combine all the comments of all platforms you're streaming to on to pop up on your stream. Yeah, as your chat layer, your chat what is it even called? It's over here. Chat overlay. Yeah, your chat overlay. So the restream does that as well. But I'll be cool. I've never created quite a lot of vodka to get through this feminist shit. You've needed it? Oh, well, you know what? I have been tempted to get some alcohol, but no.
Large part, I think, due to the sexual revolution.
I mean...
Oh, the arrogance of this woman is upsetting me. I don't know what... Just her demeanor is... It's pissing me off. My feminism... My feminine wiles are buzzing because of her feminine wiles.
Is it really bad that we don't have to give men the chase? Don't they have gratification from chasing us? Like, it's a hunter versus prey situation to me. So I feel like a lot of relationships, especially back then, were based on trying to get to home run.
Oh, she got an OnlyFans. She has to have an OnlyFans.
Like, very fast. And now that we have the freedom to not commit and not tie ourselves to one man for the rest of our life, I just don't necessarily think that
the freedom to tie ourselves to one man for the rest of our lives. Oh, I could never imagine something so horrible. Okay, we have the freedom not to tie ourselves to one man for the rest of our life. What a horrible state of affairs. Oh, Jenny, in terms of, sorry, we didn't give her a rating. Jenny over here, you love, not Control Alt, Control Shift. Jenny gets a 8 out of 10 because she interacted really well. Audrey over here, we're already on 4. Okay, I'm prejudging you because I'm a bitch that way. Okay, contradictory claims, cool. Then we're just gonna have restating the idea of men get sex for free for less now. No commitment. So she's like, oh my god, it's a good thing. That's a good thing. Isn't that a good thing? That's her argument. It's a good thing. Let's go. 4, that's generous. Yeah, you know what? You're right. If I'm so irritated with her that I had to put her rating in like 30 seconds into her discussion, maybe I'm going to rate her as a 3. You're right. Okay. And remember, I said that I would go sub 4 if somebody came in there with something that's completely unrelated. But she has come in here and she has a related argument. She's just saying it's a good thing. It's still logical. And that's a good thing. Exactly, Gabriel. That's exactly it.
It's bad. I just don't think the revolution has decreased our value. We're not chewed gum. We're people who value connection. And sex doesn't always have to have this deep meaning.
Sex doesn't have to have this deep meaning. Okay, honey. For you. Guys, next, Audrey is going to do 2,000 men. Let's go. Oh, no. You know what she's going to do? She's going to do a record of 1,000 men, 1,000 women. Okay? Just sexual contact with that many people. I think that's how it's going to go. Because, you know, it doesn't always have a deeper meaning. Can we give her a 3 just on attitude? I think that's what we've done. Absolutely. It's so strange, isn't it? That, I mean, we've hardly interacted with her and we're just like,
It is just connection and intimacy between two people who trust each other.
Oh, it's just connection and intimacy and then we leave it. So we're 2 strangers in the night, we come together, we boing, 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 and then we're done. And nothing is exchanged. Nothing matters. Okay.
And why do we have to deny women that gratification? Like,
oh, why do we deny women the gratification? Oh.
Men, you say, that are wired to want that. Why not women?
But you know what? Her existence in this way is probably making Candace also go, ooh, bitch, no. So this is working against, this is how you beat Candace. You make Candace go, ew. Okay, so that's a good thing. Why deny women this, why deny women that satisfaction? Why can't women be wired like men? So maybe she is wired like, this is what I mean. There are women, they do exist. Just like I am not wired to have children, maybe she is wired to be a hoor. I cannot in good faith. Yes, I can give her shit for her attitude, but I can't be like, no, we must stop her. Stop her! Stop that woman from whoring. If that's how she feels about it, I can't really. I can just warn her and say, I hope you know what you're doing. I hope you really do feel like sex means nothing, and you just need to keep checking in with yourself that you're okay with this. Don't feel pressured by society to be okay with this, because you still have the power to make that decision. I feel like that girl that did 100, I feel like that she has gone too far and she can't dial it back now. So she's just going in, and I feel like she will have pain from that. The other one, Bonnie Blue, I think, the one that did 1,000, I don't know, that girl seems to be absolutely a-okay with it. She does not seem to be broken by it. She's very happy about it. So, hey, that's an exceptional woman. Well done to you. Enjoy your chafing and whatever, but that's you. You do you. I find it disgusting, and many do, but that's still your choice, and I'm okay with you doing it. Also, please give us a list of all the men that you slept with, so that they remain in that realm of OnlyFans only. Because if I found out that my boyfriend or partner or whatever was one of those men, there was one who took 1,000. Yes, Hunty, her name's Bonnie Blue. So she would agree with the woman who took 100 guys. The woman who took 100 guys is fooling herself, in my opinion, but that's just me. If you see the name Bonnie Blue anywhere, run. She's Bonnie and she's blue.
Why?
Why? Okay, jeez.
Between two people who trust each other, And why do we have to deny women that gratification? Like men, you say that are wired to
She's vascular.
want that. Why not women? Why?
Well, we again, I go back to just our basic biological differences. There was a really interesting book that was done by a biophysicist. He, I think, recently passed away, named Edward O. Wilson, where he just sort of breaks down the biological arguments. Basically, he looks in the wild to see the behavior of animals.
Okay, this opens you up though, Candace. If you're talking about just, oh, this is the way it works in the wild, then you're also going to have to deal with just incidences of homosexuality. You're going to be okay with that, because just instances of that occurs in nature. It doesn't mean that it's a structure and the species continues, it's just that it happens.
His thesis is just that you basically can never beat your own biology. And then he kind of compares it to what we see here as just humans and our social interactions and things that have been abundantly clear.
Some animals do really gross things. Yes, because they're animals. They don't have morality. They don't have a framework. They just have instincts.
When you look at every civilization over time, whether it's from, 400 BC to LA to
I beat my own biology all the time. Nicely done, Rex. That's very good.
today, what are these habits that you can see that never go away? And people coming together and starting families is one of these things, because we are biologically wired to.
Okay, we're biologically wired to find, but okay, but she's gonna. I think you need to talk about these exceptional women, these women that are outside of that and comfortable with it. That that's their lives. They're okay. If you're a whore, be a whore. Why argue about it? Because you are being criticized by non-whore. Okay, so you are not. You're being criticized by this pious little bitch over here that's probably had like 3 sexual partners as opposed to 35. Okay, this girl is criticizing you, and that's a very, very big problem. So you need to justify yourself, which is how humans work. We need to justify ourselves. So why can't women be wired like men? So she's just more about biological traits of the sexes. Okay, there is a lot in this block, but we know this. Okay, so she's just there is. Okay. Many men are biologically wired to have many sex partners throughout their lifetime, but it doesn't make it okay. That is true. If my man came to me and said, honey, I'm biologically wired, okay, first of all, he wouldn't say it in such a feminine voice, but if he said, hi, I'm biologically wired, and he's done this, he's made this joke before, I'm biologically wired to have multiple partners, and you know what, that's just the way I am, I'm a man, I'd be like, how's about fuck you? Okay, I don't care, I don't give a shit about your wiring. There's other wires in your head that say we are married and you don't do that. We've agreed by being married that we're not doing that. so no. Okay. Next. Hey, zombie.
Find a family to settle down and to have children.
There's some insane different biological differences between men and women. Like, for example, women in general release copious amounts of oxytocin, the love bonding hormone, yes we do, through sex, and significantly more through orgasm where men's vasopressin and testosterone levels increase at much higher level than oxytocin. Oh. Okay, so those, when they orgasm, that's what they get. I am very familiar with oxytocin. Stable civilization requires one man for every woman. As you get older, you become less horny and more real. I should hope so, guys. I should hope that is the way. And I feel like, yes, men do it a bit slower than women. But, yeah, I feel like that is a good place to go. Okay? Become less horny and settle yourself. Are female orgasms even real? Has this been proven in a lab? Oh, God, we have to go and figure it out, eh? I think where these debates get confused is Candace is looking at the woman as a whole, her whole life and value. The debaters are correct, women can do whatever they want. But they lose their value to men. Yes, we had this discussion, Groovy, in part 1 here, about the sexual revolution has devalued women. And one of the arguments brought to Candace was, well, men, you're only defining the value of women according to their sexuality and by men. How men view them. You're being too narrow-minded about the way that you value women. But I think what I got from Candace here is that, no, it's not that she only values the woman in their sexual role. That is just a very important thing, and when you mess with that variable, that does bring down the whole value of the woman. So it is a very important variable. But the feminists, on the other hand, will say, no, the value that I have in the eyes of a man should not count. The only value that matters is the value that I have to myself. I would say that it all matters. It all comes together. We are vastly complex. You can't just take that out and take out this perceived social value thing. As much as you feel like it's tyrannical and whatever, that factor is not something you can just turn to zero easily. I'm pretty old and still horny. Keep dreaming, bitches. Okay, so we did have that in part 1. If you want to go and check that out. Deny satisfaction. Why can't women be wired like men? Biological traits of the sexes. But I feel like this woman is wired like a man. What? Female orgasms are real, but many women go much of their lives without ever having one outside of the West. Oh my goodness. Citation needed. I hope you're wrong. That's horrible.
And I think when you have women that are going out and they're giving all of the goods up for free.
The goods?
The goods.
Oh my god, she thinks she's... Look at those goods. You know what's funny is that she just said the goods and then you see titties. The goods? Yes, some goods.
The goods. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna buy the goods up for free. Men are
women
not.
want the goods for free from men, and that.
Oh god, she's lovely, isn't she? She's a peach. Okay, but biological traits are the going up. Women give up the goods. Cool. What if women? Let's just do. What if women want the goods from men for free? Okay. Cool. If they want that, then Candace, I think you're gonna have to just deal with it because freedom and America. Okay, cool. But on the other hand, I'm not gonna be like, hey, little Candy. When you're 12 and I'm like, you know what you should do? You should totally be a hulu. You should totally go and just have all the sex you want and it will have no consequences. I'm telling you. Can we leave it neutral? Can we not encourage it? Can we make it okay? Or not even okay. We go back again to the conversation with Wick. Wick and Not So Erudite. She's trying to work out this idea of do we need to encourage something? Can we make it allowed without encouraging it? Can we make it fine? We're not going to completely, we're not going to ban it, but we will socially frown upon it and make it less, less prevalent. She was talking about stigma as well, that the use of stigma, that we tried to destigmatize mental health. And then mental illness, destigmatize mental illness. And it actually went to the point where now everybody has this label. I'm this, I'm that. I myself am guilty of it because I always make jokes about being ADHD and whatever, but I have traits, but it's overdiagnosed completely. And that was the unintended consequence of destigmatization. So if we're destigmatizing this kind of behavior in women, there could be unintended consequences as well. And what Candace seems to say here is, yeah, these unintended consequences are not good for women. They're not happy in this situation. They're lying to themselves. women can't get the goods for free. What planet is this on? No, she's saying she doesn't want to be committed. Women can also want to have sex without commitment. That's a thing that women will do.
We are very happy
You can
with
certainly
those
do that, and there's
connections. We're not sockeye salmon. We're not made to breed and have families and then die.
you're
We're not made to breed and then have families and die. I have made the choice not to breed, but at the same time, oh my god, I cannot imagine my life without my husband. I cannot imagine. Like if I had met him and then just meh, been with him, just wham bam gone. But I'm also not a slave to my biology that, oh, this is why I got married. I honestly got married because of the guy. I don't know. So yes, I want people to have the choice. Quiet, Kitty, send pics of the goods. This is a good. This is a good. Here is a good. It's a cat. It's a thing that you put on the wires. There you go. Putting sexuality on the pedestal makes for a bunch of horny, hungry goats. Until she's 40 and she can't pay a man to have sex with her. Yeah, well, they make all that money, and then they'll be fine, and then they're fine. They've invested that money very well, and they don't have to worry. And maybe they'll be in a lesbian relationship. You don't need to have a man.
welcome to that.
I'll be wanting kids in about 5 to 10 years. My brain changes. In 5 to 10 years, I will be 43. 44. I'm waiting. But this is the thing. I'm waiting for that to happen so that people can understand that I really did choose not to have children. So, I will not be allowed that for a while. But it's something I accept. When I was younger, I was very iffy and pissy about it. That everybody must accept my choice of not having children. And you know what? I'm discriminated against because I'm not having children, and people think I'm less of a woman. But no, I know that I'm not the default, and that's okay. Take that yearning, magnify it by 1,000, and that's how you and your husband would feel about your kids, a mix of you two. That makes sense.
And I'm just saying that when it comes time for you to find a partner, you may find yourself in a circumstance where men don't value you as high, because men like you spoke to, men like to compete. They like to feel like they've won something.
I'd like to deprive men of that.
I think you might be trans, Kitty. Okay. So I should be a man. Have you considered taking Trenbolone? I don't even know what the fuck that is. Trent? No, thank you. Breeding is just part of life. Women do also lose their fertility in older age, potentially to help bear the burdens of raising grandkids. Yeah, I should hope so. Just help out.
Because they don't need to have that.
Sure.
That's actually
But you did bring up.
She's so basic.
Yeah, and that's what you.
This girl has definitely been on the Whatever podcast, right? She's been on the podcast. Has Audrey been on the podcast, on the Whatever podcast?
Say that men are, essentially predatory, and we have the goods that we have to keep from them.
Oh, I didn't mean the goods in a bad way.
But that's such an objectifying way. The goods, the grocery goods.
Honestly.
Oh, you're so objectifying. You're objectifying. Want the goods for men for free. Goods is so objectifying. So objectifying. Look at this hero. Look at this Shiro over here. Damn, you showed her. You showed Candace.
I think that's just kind of
we don't have value
colloquial
in value
songs today.
soul.
I think
we
people,
have value apart from how many people we sleep with. How many, you also devalue education for women, and I think that's very interesting because you're also a very educated woman.
Okay, you devalue education for women. You devalue. My question to Candace would be: would you make a policy that women? What do you want? would be my question to Candace. Would you make a policy that women shouldn't go to university? In which case, I'd say fuck you. But yes, she is educated. She's been to college. But at the same time, I would just like to know what's your policy then. Okay, I understand she understands that feminism is giving them this line, whatever. What do you want, Candace? What would you like?
And in a lot of ways, this is just like an observation. You devalue yourself a lot.
I definitely do not feel like I'm devaluing myself.
Make him a sandwich?
Yeah.
Make him a sandwich?
Yes.
Well, but like,
which is the title of my book.
Yes, feed your.
Yes. Making him a sandwich. She that is just good marketing. Calling it make him a sandwich. It's probably it's part of just actually give to your man.
For men and everything, feed the people that you love, because
brings you
family
joy.
isn't defined just by your partner or your kids. Family is community, and you should care about your community.
Oh, you commie bitch. Family is about your community, and you should care about your community. So your chosen family, right? Still, even then, that is still that family versus community. It's not the same thing. I don't think of my friends as a community. Not a fuck. They're my friends, and they are very much my chosen family. Absolutely good. Love them dearly. But I will not call my friends a community. Get the fuck out.
And understanding that, I just don't think you really care about the community that much when you're pushing this rhetoric of devaluing women so much to stay in the kitchen, stay within the homes, and also saying that they're wasting money on college when education is very important. There's a lot of.
What was your education, Audrey? And she's gonna be like, I'm a biophysicist.
Female scientists.
Pause.
There's
You've been
so much
voted
that I
out.
want to say.
There's so much I want to say. Let me. No, leave her.
Sorry. You've been voted out.
Zena's sitting down. She's like, I'm not doing this.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
What's your name?
Okay, she's a little bit older, I think. So could we have some reasonable thoughts?
I'm Zola Stone.
Very nice to meet
Zola 7. Okay, Zola. What's your argument, lady? Feminism has made things easier for men. Cool. What are we gonna have some semblance of conversation here that I can even like Zola? Sorry, Audrey. 3 out of 10. Zola, please. You're coming off the back of someone here that was 3 out of 10. You cannot be worse.
you, Zola. You have very pretty eyes.
Thank you.
Aw.
So you
She does have beautiful eyes. Holy shit, look at this. Oh my god. Darkness with light eyes. Freaking incredible.
keep talking about OnlyFans and Kim Kardashian and well, I do OnlyFans
Oh.
Okay.
and I'm a stripper as well.
So you're in the sex industry.
Well, I'm mainly a recording
And it says faith. Yeah, okay.
artist, but I do that to fund the music.
Okay.
Okay, so women are selling them goods to do things that they really, really love.
But, you know, you're saying basically that we kind of like devalue ourselves, but at the same time, I'm celibate. I still consider myself a woman of God.
She's celibate. So she sells all of this, but she's celibate. Okay. Wow, the celibate OnlyFans girl. Celibate OnlyFans yet works. OnlyFans and is a stripper. Interesting. That is a good. Hey, she used her choices in a certain way. And what do you make of that? She's playing the meta, but she's celibate.
And so, you know, not all of us are just out there just, oh, hey, showing the goods, you know.
Well, you're showing the goods. You're showing the goods, but you're not giving them over.
Like, we do respect our bodies still. So I don't like that you kind of putting us all in one box
Yeah.
because of that.
So we have to, in order to have debates, we have to make generalizations. Of course, there can be some exceptions
There is nothing more feminist than selling your ass for money. Yeah. Objectify yourselves. Do it.
to the rule. But what I'm trying to understand is how can you say that you're not, giving up your body if you are a stripper?
Well, because I said I'm celibate
I still want to get married. I still want to have kids. And for some of us, it's hard for us to have kids. And I've also dealt with sexual abuse since a child, you know, so I wasn't doing any sexual work as a child, you know, and still went through things like that.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, she brought up her credentials here. Like, listen, sex actually, sex definitely means something to me. Essentially, by bringing up that abuse, she's saying, look, sex does actually mean something to me. I'm just showing it off. It's not sex. So she makes a distinction between showing the goods and giving the goods away.
So I first want to say, perfectly sympathetic to everything you're saying, especially if you come from an environment where you've lived through something when you're a kid. It makes it infinitely harder. And it's actually a reason why so many people turn to sex work, because they don't have that structure.
Yes, a lot of the things having experienced sexual abuse at a young age seems to correlate quite strongly with being promiscuous, because you have never had that value instilled. You don't, that it was taken away from you so easy, that you're like, it's fine, I'm supposed to give it away. I'm supposed to do this because it's not worth, putting worth on it means pain. If you go and put worth on your sexuality, and then you realize that somebody had taken it from you without your permission, that's even, that just re-traumatizes you over and over. So rather just accept and be like, it was nothing in the first place.
At home, that gives them, I think, other options. But would you agree with me that if you could, like, that...
It's obvious abuse makes it easier to give up or sell the goods. Yeah, it does. It's part of the pain as well.
That wouldn't have...
I went to college for music production.
For music production.
I went to LA recording school.
Okay, so did you decide to be a stripper because of economic restraint or because of freedom?
For freedom, you know, we want...
Okay. So, no, she didn't become a stripper for money. Okay? Thinks women wouldn't... Because this is what women in general don't turn to sex industry for freedom. They turn to it for money. I think that is true these days. It's easier money than keeping it together. It's easier money than that. So yeah, the reward outweighs the risk. The risk is, oh, I'm selling myself, I'm gonna feel devalued or whatever. But hey, I can sit in my Lamborghini and I can cry.
The choice to do whatever we want with our bodies.
Okay.
You know, I don't...
Yes, we do. We have the choice, and I'm okay with that. Have the choice and make the wrong choice and learn from the choice. All of that. Do all of that. That's gonna happen with any human choice, any human activity.
I don't think it matters if you do want to dress how you want to dress. That doesn't mean, oh, you can, you know, sexually abuse or sexually harass.
Okay, do you think the men that are being brought into the strip clubs to watch you, do you think that they're walking away and going, I did that because that woman was empowered to take off her clothes? Or do you think that they're actually devaluing women?
No, I get...
Okay, what do? Are you taking part in the devaluation of women by being part of the strip club, or do they go, yeah, freedom? Yes, that's what when you go into a strip club, that's what men are doing. They are loving that empowerment of women. That's what they're thinking. That's what's going through their head. Anyone in chat that has been to a strip club, is that what you think? You go, yeah, freedom. Oh, good girls. I love the freedom over here. No, you're just thinking of the titties and the ass.
I used to be that hypocrite, you know. I said things that I said I would never do anything like that, you know? Like, I totally get that. But some people just want to go to the club and have a good time.
Yeah, I think most of the people who are making those decisions are doing it because they're dealing with addictions themselves.
What is the men's easy money-making alternative to OnlyFans? Do men have such an easy way asking for a friend? I think you can sell your butthole too. Sex work is probably something men can do as well. It's just probably not as a crime, says Rex, and Gabriel also says crime. So crime's easy for a while, but then you get caught. So there's that. my dad beat my mom, so I'm gonna beat my wife. Stupid bullshit. Yeah, it's groovy drug dealing. Yeah, there you go. So there's other things that they can do. It's just that nobody wants your stinky asses. No, it's just, I'm sure that there is a lot of sex work men can do, but for some reason, because women are just prettier, maybe their industry is a bit better. I don't know. Yes, there are a lot more heterosexual people, so you're gonna get that.
I think you're worth more than taking your clothes off. I think
you're worth more than taking your clothes off. But at the same time, you're saying that if people take off their clothes more, they're going to lose worth. They're going to have that problem.
if you wanted to have a career in music, you wouldn't have to take your clothes off to do that. And I think that it's sad that you've been...
Every story is different.
Every story...
It is sad. But lots of women are lots of women consider it. They actually, whenever they're upset with their jobs, just one of the things that they will say is, "Oh, I should start an OnlyFans. I should," that's the joke that they do. But they really do think that that would be. I think that is the last thing a woman would land up doing if they were desperate. That for me would be the absolute last straw that I would go to.
It's different, but I do think that we can make a generalization.
I
about the
was
people
at that point.
Like, it's not. Then you're just playing the meta. But these women make the decision. They're not desperate. They're like, no, it's easier, so I'll do that.
Where I was going to college,
because it is easier. It definitely should be easier. Like, hello, look at Twitch, hot tub streams. They're doing a lot better than this little thing over here.
I was working 3 jobs. I used to be a nurse. So you just don't know the situations. You don't know.
You don't know the situation. You don't know my lived experience. But yeah, where it goes.
How life is going to turn out. It's going to be ups and downs. But no, I didn't want to do it. But in my situation and things that I...
She didn't want to do it. She said, I did it for freedom. She didn't want to. She did it for freedom, for financial freedom. But she didn't want to do it.
Went through, it's something that it just...
But I'm actually really glad that you said, no, I didn't want to do it, and you were put in a situation where you had to do it, because I think that's really honest. And I think the problem that I find with feminism is that it's a dishonest movement.
All right, guys.
Yeah, that's it. Feminism is trying to say that, yes, you go, girl, you go and get that bag, and you will feel absolutely fine about it. So that girl with 100, whatever her name is, that girl, I swear, that is an example of what Candace is talking about here, where it's like she was encouraged. She thought that this is what freedom looks like. This is normal, and then her crying there and being exhausted. Ooh, and like you can't beat that out of a person. Maybe you have to be born hungry. If you're really gonna not like, I honestly believe Audrey over here. She's absolutely okay. She really does believe that sex is just, hey, it's just a nice connection. It's just a good time. It's a good feeling. It's like a drug. There's nothing else behind it. I do believe that's not someone who was just lied to by feminism and will find out the truth. I think that is a woman that believes it, and she is going to reiterate that and try and make other women believe it.
Pause. It's been voted out by the majority. Thank you.
I'm not judging.
I'm not judging you. Yeah, she didn't. She just said that's honest. Good.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Catherine. Candace.
Catherine. Well, let's see how we spell it.
You brought up a book about the weird...
Yeah, no, it's with you brought up a book about the weird differences between men and women. Okay, what we're gonna do here? Let's see, can I make it? I don't think I can make it go faster.
going to biology, and that biology is what we should organize society on based on like what skills men are good at.
I can restate what I said. There is a book, and the argument that's being made is that you can't outthink your biology. Is the easiest way to say it. So,
you can't outthink biology, which is kind of also what we're talking about when we're talking about the social pressures not being part of biology themselves. So one of those guys was very happy to say, well, the social pressures work. That's why women landed up going to college as much as they did. Cool, it worked. But the thing is, at the bottom, once you get to the bottom, which is nature, you will find a lot of people are not okay with that. So there is that. Just like there are people that are not okay with the normal status quo, you are going to get people that are not okay with your new status quo, and you're probably going to get more of those in the new world. You're going to get more unhappy people because biology is so very hard to beat. Okay, you can't outthink your biology. So maybe it is my biology that makes me not want children. You don't know that. I've got something, like I said, I've got like some sort of screw loose that makes me not want children. Like everyone's like, oh, wait for the biological clock. You're just gonna want children. You're gonna wake up. And I was terrified of that you're gonna wake up one day and just want children. You're gonna be crazy. You're just gonna bing, and you're gonna really, really want children. And I'm waiting for it to happen. It's still waiting. 34, waiting.
feminism, I would say, is a movement where they're trying to outthink biology, meaning that all we have to do is this, and that, and then magically we're going to be transformed, and that desire within us to want to start a family is just going to like
that will eventually tighten. Do you honestly think it? Like, I don't think so. But yeah, again, that's the default. Most of the time that those screws will tighten, but it's been loose for a very, very long time, and probably by the time it tightens, there'll be nothing left in here.
Die, or we're going to be happier doing this thing. And I think the answer to that is no.
Right. I would argue that our biology does not have as much of an effect on the things that we choose to do with our careers, with our life choices, as you think it does.
Okay, that's a good enough argument that, okay, it's not as deterministic as you're making it out to be. Biology doesn't have much of an effect on our life choices as you think it does. Okay, in that I just think our biology is so variable. So maybe that's it, that our brains are so variable. We are very individual, so we need to have the choice. Oh, Zola, basically, I'll just put it 5 out of 10. She's not offensive. She's not bad. She's just there telling her story. It's not like there was a great argument that occurred. She just told her story. Catherine, so far so good. She's actually being respectful and making sense.
Our closest ancestors are chimps and bonobos. Bonobos are matriarchal, chimps are patriarchal.
Chimps and bonobo chimps are matriarchal. There's also matriarchal hyenas, and hyenas with vestigial penises. They've got fake penises, and the females are bigger than the males. Okay. So anyway, let's go to the chimps. The chimps are matriarchal.
Bonobos are matriarchal, chimps are.
Okay, so bonobos are matriarchal. Okay, so what are we going to do with the bonobo chimps in chat? Any bonobo chimps in chat? Yeah, that's a good question. Return to monkey.
Patriarchal. So, and our previous societies have run egalitarian.
Whoa, Gabriel, we're not bonobos? Oh. I thought I could rip a face off with my hand.
For millennia. It's not been this inherent desire for men to rule a certain way and women to rule another way. It has been egalitarian, it's been matriarchal, it's been patriarchal because there are things that go into effect, like your situation, your personality, that make you better at doing something than just your biology. I know many quiet, nerdy men that would not be good leaders, and I know many strong
Yes, this is true.
women, and
We're talking about in general. Just in general. over vast majority of humanity, of our numbers.
Vice versa. Like, it does not matter as
Those people are lost in the bell curve. So I would also not be in the top here.
base your testosterone, the hormones you admit, is not going to have as much of an effect as I think you think it does.
I totally think it does. And so that's why, let's getting back to
She just bonobos are matriarchal, number one. It's not matriarchal. It's not biology. It's just traits. People are. She mentions individual traits. Traits exist. Okay, so that's her argument, is that, hey, there's individuals, and I don't think you can argue against that. That the nerdy men, the whatever, the nerdy men that aren't good at leading, that exists. Men that wouldn't be leaders. Okay, but that nerdy men as well, when it comes to if we're gonna fight against the gorilla, okay, that nerdy man, he's probably gonna be any nerdy man that is not a good leader. You can pick him, he's probably gonna be stronger than me. So there is still something like that occurs. That is still at the base of this pyramid. People don't forget that don't generalize and make it about them. Well, that's how we relate. We are only existing in our own consciousness. So of course we're going to relate everything that comes into us and say, well, what does that mean about me? Of course, that's how it is. Elon's a nerdy man and he's slapping. Oh, some will argue that he's in an unnatural position. And Napoleon was a nerd. Biology affects trait bias. Yeah.
college, since I'm assuming you support women going to college.
Yeah.
Can you explain why there is?
When Candace says something like, I assume you support women going to college, I'm like, I support women having the choice to go to college. I'm still there, Candace. I'm not with you on no women in college. Like, what's next? Women can't drive. What are we on? What are we gonna do here?
Is when they can freely choose, why there is such a difference in the majors that women choose versus the majors that
Oh, it's because of the patriarchy. It's not natural. That's not biology.
men choose when they get to college.
Well, I think it's also important to know.
Okay, so individual traits exist. So her question is, ooh, where are we at? Jeez. Her question is, why? Basically explain the difference in college majors when women can choose. Okay, it's the social pressure. Where did the social pressure come from? She's going to say it's the social pressure. It's not the biology. It's not that women are more attracted to people than things. Men are the things versus people thing.
Note that things are changing and there's like many initiatives to get more women into STEM, to get
But we have to try. We have to artificially bring all the women into STEM when most of us would just be better as teachers and nurses and things.
women into higher paying career fields.
Like, I know some women that I'm like, no. That woman is woman is a powerhouse. Put her in corporate. That woman needs to be in corporate. Just put her there.
When women have been kept out of these fields for so long, it's a slow and steady race to get them there. It's not that women are not choosing them. They're slowly learning that this is okay for them to choose. There's more women in STEM. There's more lawyers. There's more women.
Why not trades? Yeah, exactly. Why not trades? I said this earlier on in the stream, guys. Hello? Why are there no women in sewage? Stop this. Sanitation women, let's go. Women should be in sanitation. Get in them sewers, bitch.
Women are making up strides to those positions, so it's not like they're sedentary and they're staying in these humanities or arts fields.
I don't think you're being honest. I think like, did you go to college?
I mean,
I don't think you're being honest.
I'm in college. I
You're in
think I
college.
know that
Women aren't, it's not because they're not pressured, it's because when quite literally they say, what are you interested in? Women flock to certain things. They just do. We do. We as a whole do. It tends to be, and this.
So, it seems as if Candace views the world differently to, what's her name? Catherine.
Is because we are biologically wired. And even when a child is born, when a woman...
Women are more sedentary, not my sister. My sister ain't sedentary at all.
Like a female, a child versus...
See, I made it about me and my sister. But she works with people. She works with caring. She cares for people. She works with her hands on people. She's a beautician. She's highly skilled and knowledgeable as well. But it's about people.
As a male child, the girls start speaking faster and they speak more words. Just a fact, right? For the rest of their lives. Like my daughter started speaking, and this is not anecdotal, but this is, I'm giving you...
Is Big Kitty a boss lady? Oh, my sister, my big kitty sister, she is a boss lady. She's got her own company. But she ain't corporate. But she works her ass off.
An anecdotal example of something that is a real fact.
Does she have children? Yeah, she's got 2.
So there's just
a girl and a boy. The most girliest girl and the most boyish boy.
Biological.
The boy likes things. The girl likes people and talking and talking and talking.
Proclivity there that women like communication. And you see that followed all the way, as an example, into college. Women are drawn toward these careers that are compassionate, emotional, and communicative.
Communication, boys, woo! I love words, I honestly do. Oh.
Which is why you'll see women flooding journalism. That's why...
Journalism, good fun time. Stories. Oh my god, I love stories.
Even when you see women that are finding success, they are typically in careers that are communicative and compassionate. Women that will say, I want to do psychology, I want to do children's psychology. And so even at the same time that women are saying that they're running away from their biology, so to speak, they are still exhibiting that they very...
Yeah, but they're running away from their biology by getting the career, but then the career that they choose is still woman. Oh yeah? Name every word. Ooh, you got me there.
Very much believe.
My sister is indeed amazing. She does this, she has a very full life. She's very busy. She's got a career and she's got children. And she's got hobbies. So she's all over the place. She's got her shit together, that one.
In these determined biological characteristics that I think are something that's just never going to go away.
Right, but I would also bring up that the way that women are, young girls are given dolls, young boys.
Oh, okay, it's top-down pressure. Young girls are given dolls. My niece had access to all the Lego. We had Lego as well. We loved Lego. Me and my sister, we played with Lego and things. I had a lot of boys' clothes. Yes, boys' clothes. My sister gave me so much shit because I preferred boys' things. What's the name? The toys I had were all animal toys. Yes, I had a couple Barbies. But yeah, there is such a thing as a tomboy. Save the tomboys, please.
Are put in sports. These things that kids learn at a very early age.
We're making it. Okay, so basically she's just going socially the gender traits or sexual or biological traits are emphasized by society. So we're trying to outrun the biology of it all. We're trying to engineer genderless children. We're trying to engineer the society that has nothing inherent in it.
Are very impactful in what children like, and
we need to turn tomboys into men. Yeah, sure. That'd make great. No.
Pursue in the future. It's not simple.
I would make an absolutely. I would be a terrible man. Holy crap. Ugh.
That I don't think there's a biological gene that women like fashion and men.
Women, I don't think there's a biological gene that women like fashion. Men. Yeah, okay, but we do see more colors.
Don't. That's why
in general
we do see men in fashion. That's why there's actually at the top of.
Also, at the top of Candace, please do explain. At the top of culinary science are men.
All these fashion houses.
But it's because it's fucking hard work, I suppose.
A lot of men are in successful positions in fashion. The way in which
biological gene. Okay, listen, a biological gene is a biological one. As opposed, we usually when we talk about genes, we're talking about social genes, not biological. or economic genes, or metal genes, or chemical genes. We're not talking about biological.
Children to explore creativity and to play.
Lol, men. Yeah. The men that are in fashion are... There's something Rex could tell us about a lot of men in fashion.
And what we put women in. We put women in pink rooms, and little girls in pink rooms, and boys
I didn't have a pink room. Is that why I was a tomboy? I didn't have a pink room.
in blue room. That has an effect.
So, and I'll tell you why I disagree. And I know because I had my children back to back that there's a blur here. So I never had to separate them and say, you play with this, you play with that. They were growing up with their toys. I mean, 1 year apart, my daughter and my son. They just are interested in different things. And this is what
You literally look at the... I was exposed to twins, male and female twins, in my schooling and everything. They would gravitate towards the genders quite easily. Like the boy twin liked the boy stuff, and the girl twin liked the girl stuff. They lived the same life in the same room, wore pretty much the same clothes.
one of the, I think, lies of feminism. And when you actually have children, there may be some exceptional child, but I am telling you, my boy's first word was car. He is obsessed with trucks. He's obsessed with cars. I did not.
Hey, Bimo drew a picture of you tonight. You should check it out. I know, I've seen it, Swordmaster. It's the brr-pa picture. It is very good. It's my favorite so far that he's come up with. Especially because Daisy's in it.
Not do that. I don't like having to answer his questions about cars. I don't like having to answer his questions about trucks because my biological proclivities are not designed. I'm just not feeling passionate about engineering and wanting to know how everything works. You don't recognize that, and this is, I think, one of the worst harms of feminism, because I was a feminist when I was in college, or I
Yeah, same. I was like that too.
at least thought
Bleeding heart. But that doesn't mean I'm like Candace in that I'm a frothy anti-Semite. That I'm not like that.
I agreed with the movement because you don't have the family yet. So when they make these arguments that you're making, you think that that's real. You think, oh, well, it's just because you're not giving the child the Barbie doll that they don't love Barbie dolls. And that's not a reality. We are just quite literally different.
We are different, but there are... Is Squatter Camp Daisy or Furry Daisy? Furry Daisy. My Daisy dude.
I'm so sorry. Time is up.
Time is up. Okay, so Candace is going to talk to... But I think that is it for this thing. We do get feminism is wrongly interpreted as anti-men when it benefits both men and women. Maybe we can start off our reaction tomorrow. We can just do reaction. We won't diagram this. We'll just react to this claim 5. I think that's how we'll start off slop. That's basically what I've done for most of these claims anyway. It's just written a few notes on my reaction for it. It's just taken it a lot long. Let's look at our prediction log. Just look at what we got for... So for this girl over here, sorry, let's just give her Catherine. Again, neither here nor there. Very basic feminist argument coming out. I'll just give you a 5 out of 10. I'm with Candace so far. I have not had these have not been interesting conversations. I think the most interesting one was the one with Jenny, because we were able to get different points of view in. How much more of the shit is there? There's one more claim, which is about 10 minutes, but we won't do that today, and we'll do it tomorrow. So just looking back at what we expected when we started off this diagram, guys. Creamage, he said the majority of this is going to be Sitch's law of what is feminism. How do we think that turned out? I think they actually mostly agreed on feminism, except for obviously when we get to this claim, that's where they are disagreeing on what feminism is, whether it's anti-men or not. I think that the main thing that they were talking about is whether it's harmful or not, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. So this I don't feel like it came through, but Creamage, you tell us whether you think so or not. Gabriel said, I'm guessing Candace will have pretty reasonable prompts, but probably bad arguments. We didn't really get good arguments from anyone. I don't think all of the prompts or claims or whatever were reasonable. I think this one over here, we live in a matriarchy, not a patriarchy. I think that's just poorly worded. So yeah, not reason. I think the bad arguments, I think it's the other way around. She had badly worded prompts, but she had solid arguments behind them, reasoning that she has. But what I don't know is what she suggests as how do we fix it. One of 44 said she will be arguing against emotional arguments while getting increasingly emotional. Ha! She didn't get increasingly emotional. 1 of 44. You lost. She kept it together. Ha ha ha. I'm very happy that she did. She did at one point get a little bit into it, but definitely nothing like we got from Jordan Peterson. I predict that Candace, so Devious Chris said, I predict that Candace won't pick anyone who pushes her position to her final selected opponent, as her final selected opponent. Who pushes her position. Won't pick anyone who pushes her position. So she's, I don't know if that means that she will choose somebody that actually didn't fight with her too hard. I think that's true. That's what she did with Jenny, because Jenny, they had a bit of agreement on things. But Candace did, in all of them, there was at least one person that she could say, yeah, there would be a point, there would be a point in the claim discussion where she said, yeah, I agree with that. She would agree with a premise, but the interpretation of that premise, the conclusion that the person has come to, she would disagree with. So holding a premise that the feminist has as true is not going to mean that she'll have the same conclusion. Very interesting stuff in terms of just the dynamics of argument there. Yeah, I actually thought that we would get a bit more unreasonable Candace, but I think she was okay. She was good. None of the arguments made me think. Also, the prompts are a little left a little contextless, so they have to waste time to clarify things. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a weakness of the Jubilee Surrounded. But another thing that you do get from Jubilee Surrounded is a bit of an exposure to different arguments. So that's the point that it's trying to do, is if some argument sounded wrong to you or whatever, you could go and think further. I think we ourselves have had these thoughts, but maybe for a lot of normies, some of these things stick, and maybe people that expected Candace to be frothy and losing her shit at least got the idea that, oh, she's not crazy all the time. Not every take that Candace has is completely unhinged. Maybe that's what they learned. So maybe we get some moderates out of this, which is interesting, because I honestly found Candace quite loopy, and often a bit too much. Damn, my prediction was off. Guess it's that I never get the lotto numbers right. Exactly, 1 of 40. That's why. Right, so that's it. All in all, what do we think of this? I think the arguments brought along the participants were not the greatest, not the cream of the crop. There were maybe two people that I would have enjoyed speaking to, Jenny and Zena. And maybe there was the other one, Whitney Shanahan. She seemed a little bit better. But the rest, very forgettable in terms of just the arguments we got. The White Brotherhood subscribed. Thanks, I think. Award us our medals, Kitty. Yes, well done everybody for making it through. I appreciate it. I'm gonna have a bit of a rumination session, what we do with this. I'm still, before the end of the year, I have to at least get into a little bit of a groove of giving summary videos. So that's the challenge. Welcome, brother. Shut up, you shits. Anyway, content coming up. You know, as I have been repeating over and over, Friday is honk powers. Friday is Slop Friday. That's where we're doing all the shit. How'd Candace do? I think she did well, though. I think she did well. She kept her shit together. One of the greatest things that we can take is, hey, if you're gonna laugh at your opponent, just laugh with them, actually. Don't laugh like, haha, you little stupid bitch. The way that she did it is they were laughing at her and she laughed with them. That was one of the greatest things that we got from Candace. And yeah, she just wasn't challenged that much, so we can't say, oh, Candace won. I think it's the feminists lost. So it's the opposite of how we perceived, how most people perceived Jordan Peterson, where Jordan Peterson lost because Jordan Peterson didn't bring the arguments, whereas the feminists lost because they didn't bring the arguments. Yeah, they just brought the emotions and this and that. We didn't really get into the conversation we could have. Yeah. Anyway, in terms of what we're doing rest of the week, because there's only one day left of it. Well, tonight, it'll be tonight for you Americans. We are going to do a think, and the think is going to be on hate speech. Specifically, with specific discussion of what happened at Glastonbury. So it's going to be quite spicy, but I expect everybody to be on their best behavior. I really hope that the mods will be there because we're probably going to need them. Yeah, so that's what's going to be. Ew, horrible, no offense. Okay, well, that's fine. Then she doesn't need any more challenges. She's an oppressed minority. Yes, don't challenge her. So yes, that's what we're going to do for the think. Then we are going to, after the think, we're going to have Slop Friday. And I've got a whole bunch of reels and things that I've saved. And maybe we'll look at Claim 5 of this and just react. We're going to do react stuff, and maybe I'll play a video game called Little Kitty Big City. So there might be that. Hate speech. Pancakes versus waffles. Well, that's a thing we can use. I think we'll use those examples. If you need a slur expert to use as a reference, I'll be available. Thank you, Rex. We will probably need that. Candace gets more emotional when she gets in debate with people who agree with her for the most part, but she pushes back on some things. She gets very emotional with certain topics. That's where I'm at with her. She loses it. Pineapple on pizza or vrpa. Pineapple on pizza is allowed, and that is probably why I'm gonna lose Italian citizenship one day. Jackbox TV or Slop Friday for sure. For Slop Friday, we have to have enough people in chat for Jackbox. So we'll see. Let's see how many we have. Tomorrow sounds fun. Yeah, come along and enjoy the slop. We can't do it every day. It's only Friday. So have a nice life. It'll be around this time because we are traitor kitty. We are we're in the GST time zone. So anyway, all you cats and kittens, enjoy. Have a nice life. I love pineapple on pizza. So do I. Guys, women, make your men sandwiches. Men, eat them sandwiches and say thank you. And drink water, everybody. Okay, thanks, bye. Have a nice
I'll see you next time, chat. I hope you had fun. We had a pretty great time, but now we're done. If you disagreed with me, that's okay. It's fine to be completely wrong and gay. Daisy was a menace with her tail in the frame, but she's a pretty kitty with a